Now, I am definitely vibing with those emotes. What's up, guys? I love your party parrot. I think I have a emote similar to that on Discord. What's up, guys? Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. How are you all doing today? Check out my last outfit. I just got this top last week. I've never been one who likes overalls before, but this just looks like so cute, and I really did like it. Yeah, the belt is excellent. Painful but happy to be here. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it gets better. Thank you, thank you. Speaking of painful but happy to be here, happy that you're here, Shard, and Brain Matter, actually, both of you, because I hear you had some weather problems over the weekend. In fact, we're gonna have a look at some of those, because it was pretty crazy. And really, really bad. What's up, Joy? Good to see you. Just Ohio being Ohio. Oh, yes, you know, the average state of Ohio where 27 people die from tornadoes regularly.
Turn now to the deadly storm outbreak in our nation's heartland. Scenes of destruction across multiple states, the death toll climbing as many of the hardest hit areas could face another round of dangerous weather. ABC's Alex Stone is in London,
there's
Kentucky.
More tornado warnings
more.
today.
Alex,
That's Kentucky. We don't talk about them.
Good morning.
Wade, good morning to you. There is just so much devastation here. It is like this, mile after mile, neighborhood after neighborhood,
insane,
families
actually.
cleaning up, and the number killed continues to rise.
I know that there's generally tornadoes in the region. Like, it's not something new that's just happened, but in my entire life of looking at natural disasters, I do often think this is getting worse. And I think I might be right. And not to say that I haven't seen houses like this from tornadoes, but let's keep going.
This morning, communities left reeling after deadly tornadoes and storms ripped through the Midwest, claiming at least 27 lives. In Kentucky, neighborhoods in ruin, entire rows of houses gone, roofs ripped off homes, cars shattered. Search and rescue teams combing through the wreckage, hoping to find survivors. Across the state, 18 people now confirmed dead.
It definitely has been getting longer. So is hurricane season, by the way. It starts earlier and ends later.
Funding. We're going to need a lot of cooperation.
Rescuers say many
Sorry, did you say funding?
We're going to need a lot of funding.
Oh, sorry, we can't help you there.
Cooperation.
Rescuers say many who lost their lives lived in these London neighborhoods. 8-year-old Ellie tells me it was the scariest few minutes of her young life as their home disintegrated around them.
Everything was just breaking and shattering. It was one of the worst sounds.
Her mom, Kendra, injured with a broken foot and bruises from falling debris, held on to her babies to keep them alive.
And I can remember Jordan saying, God, please, please protect my babies. Please keep my babies safe.
Residents here have...
I don't know if it's just me, but, like, with all of the... Hold on one second. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. My cat just shit on the floor. And so now I have to clean that. Can, like, everything not stop? Jesus Christ. swear I'm gonna turn that fucking cat into shoes. Slippers, I tell you. There might actually be something wrong with him. I have to get him to a vet today after stream. Because for the last week, this is now like the 4th or 5th time that he shat on the floor directly next to his litter box. Even though the litter box is clean, I changed the litter, and he also uses it. And also he's sitting right next to it all the time, so now I'm worried that he might have like liver or kidney problems, and it's a whole thing.
Lost so much.
Anyway, on to worse problems that people have to deal with. I hope he's okay. Me too. I'll let you guys know. Sorry. It's been on my mind. I was trying to book a vet appointment right before stream and failing because my vet's away until June. Anyway, 27 people died because of this storm.
Like Carol Wells, the home she lived in for 50 years, destroyed. But she says she feels lucky to be alive.
I'm just glad that God let us live another day.
And in Missouri, at least 7 people dead. This neighborhood destroyed after a tornado tore through.
Yes,
and
I
in
remember
St.
what
Louis,
I was about to say before the cat interrupted me now. I don't know if it's just me, but with all of the different extreme weather events happening all around the country, and I mean like fires, I mean floods, I mean tornadoes, it looks like the whole country is being smited by God. Like, I wonder, maybe the Christians are right, and God is just saying, fuck America in particular, because we're ontologically evil or some shit. Trump better help fix the damage? Yeah, that's funny.
5 of those lives were taken. Crews are working around the clock to clear debris. This massive tree uprooted from the ground. This man running for cover after it fell over his pool deck, narrowly missing him. Over in Illinois, the devastation sprawling there too. Residents beginning the painstaking
like literally
process
every
of
state
picking
in
up
the
the
union right now is either on fire, is being flooded, is fucking hit with tornado. Oh my lord, this is the rapture. Israel is now full under its control. I don't believe in that shit, obviously, but if I did, these would be massive biblical signs one after the other. And that's what I mean, brain matter. I don't believe in this shit, yet I still keep seeing them. And I know that some of these are biblical signs because the crazy people are specifically going out of their way to try and make biblical signs. This ain't that, though. This is just happening. This could just be like punishment. Divine punishment.
And incredibly, guys, this home right here came from across the street. It landed where it is now. The family's possessions all over, refrigerators, countertops, toys. And we're told this family, neighbors.
Actually, on a somewhat unrelated note, I was going to talk about this later, but I do want to show you really quickly. Speaking of Gaza, this is a first for me. This I haven't seen at all anywhere else. This is Western media, ABC News, from Australia. And the title of this video says, Israeli video falsely claims Hamas tunnels under Gaza hospital. As in, like, this is Western media saying, no, Israel is lying, and they just bombed the hospital. I've never seen that before. And, like, granted, Australia has moved further away from Israel than, like, a lot of other places have. It made it a decent amount easier for us to start doing that once the warrants for Netanyahu were put up. Yeah, this is based as fuck. Again, like, in a British accent. Like, imagine this on BBC.
Dramatically, and many of those who've been killed in the attacks are women and children.
And, like, we're not going to cover this in its entirety right now because I don't really want to, and it's depressing. But I do want to show you, like, just the difference between the title on ABC here and the title that was on NBC, which is so far down in their video log that... Hold on. NBC Israel. I'll just grab the actual video. Aha. Here we go. And the same video, talking about the same thing.
It was during his...
NBC labels it as Israeli soldiers push back as Gaza assault escalates. What the fuck are they pushing back against? The air? It's obscene. It's actually, like, offensively obscene. And on a side note, just because we're not going to cover like what's actually happening in Gaza today, because I can't. We have too much bad news to cover on its own. So a little bit of good news would be nice. This was Australia yesterday, and this was in Melbourne specifically. This was a protest on behalf of like Palestine to commemorate the anniversary of the Nakba, the first ethnic cleansing.
Of this protest could be seen from above. Melbourne streets were filled, tram lines paused by a crowd outsizing regular demonstrations.
Yeah, they're pushing back against horrific, emaciated Palestinian children.
Australians are coming out to commemorate the 77th anniversary of the Nakba, the Palestinian catastrophe.
What's up,
Palestine disappeared and Israel came.
I remember watching this guy in my city's like town hall steps when I went to the protest here, or one of them rather, talking about how the two countries in the world that have the highest degrees of skin cancer are Israel and Australia. And, you know, it tracks.
Catastrophe where Palestine disappeared and Israel came.
An estimated 750,000 Palestinians fled or were expelled from their homes in 1948 in the Arab-Israeli War. This year's Nakba commemorations were, for many, extra charged, given the death and displacement continuing in Gaza.
We're all here for a humanitarian reason at the end of the day. It's not just political for us.
In Brisbane, pots and pans wielded to symbolise starvation.
By the way, like, just so you see the crowd.
In Brisbane,
there's a pretty diverse mix of people here. I mean, here's like old women, like old white women with pots and pans, as well as you know, people with their head covered, so like Muslims with their heads, like there's all kinds of people here. Teenage Jews, that guy looks like he's like what, 25? This guy looks like he's 35. A war, you say? Yeah, I'm sure, a war.
Wielded to symbolise starvation as the humanitarian blockade continues.
It's just shocking what's going on there. It shouldn't be happening in the first place.
We are a global player. I strongly disagree with Albanese's statement that this hasn't got anything to do with us.
Yeah, okay. I also very strongly disagree with that statement. He does have to say it because he's under our boot. Like, America's boot is on his neck for that one. But we do a lot in this. Before Lavender really took over and became a big thing for the IDF, a lot of their missiles were aimed from Australia. It's Pine Gap that gives them the targeting coordinates that they then fire at. When white people backed by either the UK or the USA do ethnic cleansing, it's actually just war. I mean, yes, technically, under like historical text, that is how it's recorded.
That is absurd.
Protesters marched for hours from the State Library of Victoria to the St Kilda foreshore, a path based on the From the River to the Sea catch cry tied to the Palestinian cause.
Oh yeah, they walked from the river to the sea, and I really like that because people still keep calling that a call for ethnic cleansing, which is obviously not true. It's incredibly bad faith, but to see it in action of like a protest walking from a river to the sea is symbolically beautiful, actually.
Condemned by some Jewish groups who say it calls for the abolition of Israel.
Oh yeah, Australians are very pro-Palestine.
They were met by pro-Israeli counter-protesters.
We do also have our nutcases, but they are absolutely looking like the minority here, and by far.
The Yarra. Police kept the two groups separate, and there were no arrests.
I mean, look at the difference in that. Hold on.
Yarra.
Look
Police
at this.
kept the two groups.
This is the pro-Palestine side, and this is the pro-Israel side. They have, like, one person for every 10 on the other end.
Separate, and there were no arrests.
And no arrests. No arrests is amazing.
Difficult to get an accurate grasp on crowd numbers here, but at its peak, the crowd stretched for hundreds and hundreds of metres through Melbourne's CBD.
Police are investigating whether a sign displayed outside the library contravenes recent laws against displaying Nazi symbols.
That's interesting. Don't do that, guys, because that doesn't help the movement. But, I mean, like, you're not necessarily wrong. I'm not allowed to say that you're right and go into detail on it. I'm going to say that you're probably not wrong. You don't need to do that. It doesn't help the movement.
outside the library contravenes recent laws against displaying Nazi
like 7 people pro-Israel in comparison to about 100,000 pro-Palestinians. Yeah, tends to be that way.
symbols. Jesse Thompson, ABC News.
That was excellent. It was a beautiful ceremony. The ability to have a protest in which you say, we're walking from the river to the sea, and no one's gonna, like, no one can come at you and say, you genocidal people, you're calling for that. No, fuck you. Fuck you. Like, at this point, any type of argument like that, I just instantly, I don't care. You are bad faith. You are a liar. You don't believe in what you say. And you're here to spout propaganda, nothing else. It's crazy that the Z word looked like fascist. Sorry, remember, you're not allowed to say that. Well, I don't know. They're not really fucking... We haven't had any problems, and I've had several people say zoophilic in chat before. Maybe it's just I'm not allowed to say it. Anyway, let's jump back to some of these storms from the Midwest before we, like, get more into the news, because the news is going to get bad, but this is fucked, and these are getting worse.
Of his London, Kentucky
pro-genocide
home,
is so insane, that's so hypocritical. That's literally their go-to. Hypocrisy is their strategy.
Now ripped apart. At a small airport nearby, these helicopters and vintage planes were flipped and smashed.
Jesus Christ.
In Missouri, the same system unleashed multiple tornadoes Friday.
Like, Lennon, you know that the right's general strategy tends to be hypocrisy to the point of making words mean nothing. Whereas they will just use every accusation as a confession and then continue to do so until half the population believes it. And then they do it and blame it on the... Like, it's the same thing. The good news is we don't have to take them seriously because they're unserious people. I mean, we don't have to take them seriously, but we do have to take their actions seriously. I think it's fine to use it now. Honestly, I haven't seen other communities really censoring the Z word. Fair enough. I actually like zoophilic, so I'm going to keep using that, but you guys are free to use... Zionist now, I guess.
Including 2 that touched down in St. Louis. One snapped this massive bell tower in half.
Holy
Emergency
crap.
crews were able to rescue 2
people. You know
people.
how strong wind has to be to snap a tower made of stone like this? Simply Steve, I have bad news for you. There actually might be a Project 2026. You are actually not allowed to say that one, though, because the former FBI director got visited by the Secret Service. Do not ever say that in my chat again, because we're gonna get shut down if we do. Not Ken Klippenstein, what was his name? One of the... Ed Krasenstein also got visited by the Secret Service for saying exactly that, for even just posting the meme, I believe. But yeah, this is insane. Wind that breaks a stone tower in half is...
This massive bell tower in half. Emergency crews were able to rescue 2 people from inside the church. 1 woman died. Her pastor still in shock.
I've never seen anything like this.
It's bad. Look at the drone footage of this wreckage. I agree, Lennon. Is that the hardline rule? The hardline rule is that you're not allowed to say, like, the Z word. But Twitch doesn't seem to be caring about that, so I don't know. We'll do it as we go. This is getting worse, and now we don't have any help. If your home got destroyed, you're fucked. There's no FEMA. You're not getting any assistance for, I don't know, vouchers to be able to go get food and water. Oh, about what Steve said. Yes, that is a hard rule. Yeah, that literally the FBI visited the former FBI, the fucking Secret Service is going to people's houses who post that as a meme. So, like, yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Here, I'll pull it up for you. It's actually wild. Krasenstein. You guys keep telling me that I'm overreacting about the 8647 thing. Well, guess what? Trump just reshared the lunatic post calling for James Comey to be arrested without investigation for sharing a number that protesters used for ages. Which then he didn't get arrested, but they did show up at his, you know, residence, and talk to him. And Krasenstein also and then goes down and goes down and then goes down. And then, see this post of the don't tweet 8647 or the Gestapo will come to your house. I guess he's changed his mind, going a little back and forth. I mean, good for you, Brian. I thought it was Ed, who is willing to risk getting arrested. But yeah, no. The Gestapo will show up at your house if you say that. It is technically a threat. Or at least they will frame it as one. This is a tornado that we're talking about, though, along with Homo sapien. That's like, again, right now, there is still tornado warnings happening all over the region in the Midwest, Oklahoma, Kentucky, whereas it is flooding in other parts of the country. It's on fire in some parts of the country. Like, the earth has just said, fuck it, no, we're gonna swallow America whole. Like, this country has to go. And now the planet is reclaiming the land, I guess. Lucas Salvador, damn, I'm tempted to Google the band project name, but I also know I'm on the specific server to use the dark side. I won't find anything. Yeah, no. The right believes nothing but achieving power and inflicting harm onto others. Take what they say seriously and counter against it. Well, yeah, absolutely. But there's no counter for this. There's nothing you can do to counter this other than not live here. But where are you going to go? Because, sure, okay, you can avoid this, and you can trade it in for flooding or fire, and no one's coming to help you. There's no services left. There's no FEMA. Florida's already getting too hot to be outside during the day, and it's not even summer. Wasn't it like 87 degrees somewhere today in Texas? And it's not even summer? Didn't Los Angeles literally have a wildfire, and it was the middle of winter? So we're going to arrest the over 100,000 American citizens who bought merch with that on it over the last 2 months? No, probably not. They're going to go after the ones that get shared on social media. Helping people whose houses got destroyed? That's woke. I mean, yeah, I suppose it is. Although, however, it's not like they're against the idea of shelling out some money to help poor people. Trump told Walmart to eat the tariffs yesterday. They're not going to, but he told them to. That's a price control, by the way. That's literal socialism. It was 83 here like a week ago, and I live in a northern state. Jesus Christ. But yeah, more tornadoes in the area. It's been pretty bad. Like, again, 27 people died in this storm of tornadoes. 27 people died. Unfortunately, moving in general is hard. A lot of societies around the world are built around keeping people where they are, and that is true. Sam, it's been 80 plus all week. Jesus Christ, I'm jealous. It's fucking cold here. What's, It's 46 degrees here, which to me might as well just be 0. So, on another note, I'm sure you guys saw the terrorist attack in California yesterday. The attack on the fertility clinic in California. And I have a hot take on this. Now, obviously, terrorism is bad. Don't blow shit up. Don't attack civilian buildings. Don't do things that are illegal. Don't do things that harm other people. That's all well and good. Obviously, I feel like doesn't really... maybe it does need to be said. I don't know. Maybe it does need to be said because we clearly don't know any better, but he wrote a manifesto. Hold on, let me get a couple sources lined up, and I'm gonna explain what I mean here. Clipped, your career is over? Yeah, sure. You have no idea what I'm talking about here. It's not what he did that's important here anyway. It's not even like the terrorist attack that I care about. We're going to talk about the terrorist attack. It's bad. Don't do it. But this relates to something entirely different that really hit harder for me after reading this. So first of all, this was the terrorist attack. This was done by some kid who was antinatalist.
Right here.
It's an IVF clinic.
This whole building exploded.
Breaking news, a shocking act of terrorism in Palm Springs. A powerful explosion has left at least one person dead and 4 people hurt. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the news at 6. I'm Corrine Winter.
And hi, I'm Courtney Frail. Rick has the night off. It appears the bombing was directed at a fertility clinic.
The blast was so ferocious it damaged buildings there and also shattered windows for many blocks. Let's get right out to KTLA's Shelby Nelson. She's live from Palm Springs with more details tonight.
Oh, I haven't seen this. I didn't know they interviewed a stoner. That's going to be funny.
Hi, Corrine. Yeah, and just after 5 o'clock, as you both said, there was a news conference earlier where we heard from Chief Andy Mills with the Palm Springs Police Department, as well as the
antinatalism is quite unusual for this kind of activity. No, it is very unusual. Is the bomber woke? The bomber is sad. Okay, look, let's just read the manifesto and then we can cover what happened. What is the end? This was a archive that he wrote. He has some left-wing views, some right-wing views. He's the median voter. The end goal is for the truth, ephilism, to win, and once it does, we can finally begin the process of sterilizing this planet of the disease of life. Life can only continue as long as people hold the delusional belief that it is not a zero-sum game, causing senseless torture. This is somebody who hates humanity because of how bad humanity is. This is what I mean by left and right. He can recognize some of the horrible things about our society, but instead of trying to fix them, he fell into hating humans and seeing us as a disease. Elifism as in elif, or life backwards. Thank you. I think we need a war against pro-lifers. It is clear at this point that these people aren't only stupid, they simply do not care about the harm they're perpetuating by being willing agents for a DNA molecule. This should not be as tolerable to any intelligent or caring person. Again, this isn't somebody who's just pro-life. In fact, this isn't pro-life. This person is pro-death. It's fucked. And just as I'm reading this, I hope all of you know that I do not actually condone this behavior or agree with this. He sounds like a Nazi who believes humanity is hurtful. He loops himself from being a centrist lib to a Nazi and back again, touching on certain like left-wing points on the path that he makes. It's insane. Don't be fooled by the ones who play stupid and pretend they don't understand simple truths. It's just their way of playing with you and saying, fuck you, we don't care. A lot of psychos are attracted to philosophy because they love to play mind games with people. Their intent is not to find any kind of truth. It's to have fun fucking with you. Most online debates I've seen are clearly not real debates. It's one person fooling another into thinking it's a debate, when in reality, the one person doing the fooling has no intent of changing their mind on anything. He's right about that, which is why I hate debates and I don't do them anymore. What group of philosophies does this all relate to? Negative utilitarianism, elifism, abolitionist veganism, basically philosophies that have realized religion is retarded and that there is an objective value in the universe and it lies in harm being experienced by sentient beings. So although it may seem dark, it's the polar opposite of nonsense like nihilism. This is incoherent, just as we're reading it. This is another reason why antinatalists are evil. I mean, natalists are evil too. I'm a humanist. I just want people to have a nice life, and like, I feel like that's good enough. This is nihilism. No, it absolutely is, and it gets worse. This is like Twitch politics viewer who doesn't know, like, this is like an Asmongold viewer. Genuinely. He seems like he hates all life. No, he does. He hates all life. You're gonna burn in hell for this. I know, not a question, but I wanted to say your God definitely doesn't exist, but if he did, I'd choose Satan over your evil God. Did you ever think that the Bible is just slander against Satan, and that Satan, I just realized what a fucking creep your God is? Someone who desperately needed access to mental health care? Yes, that is true. We continue. Why have you done this? In the download directory, you should be able to find an MP3 file where I explain, but basically, I'm a pro-mortalists. Elif Blaze? Elif Blase explains this quite well. Also here in the backup I made of this channel in case it ever gets taken down. Like, this person is pro-human death. They just don't think that humans should exist. They referred to us as a disease, actually. Sterilizing the planet of the disease is what he said. No, understand your death is already a guarantee, and you could thank your parents for that one. The pro-moralist mortalist is saying, let's make it happen sooner rather than later, and preferably peaceful rather than some disease or accident, to prevent your future suffering, and more importantly, like, it is, my life sucks and I want to die, but I want to die now. This is suicidal behavior. This is mental illness. This guy is not politically coherent. So whatever the right says, just know that it wasn't a lefty. Every time they do this anyway, and this, at least based on some of the things he said, they're going to tie him to that, like the anti-religion stuff and all that. I can relate to him a lot, but I cannot kill living things, beings at all. I don't want to. Good, no one. I also can relate to some of what he said, but also, yeah, don't kill living things. What the fuck? Like, and actually, I'm not a nihilist. Please don't tell people that I did a suicide bombing over a Twitch debate position because I was a nihilist. Yeah, literally. We really need to change how chat is displayed on screen. Really hard to see what you're reading. Shit, alright. What can I do for that? Any ideas? I can try and, like, make the background thicker? But then it adds, like, a big... I mean, like, I can add that. And then it adds a background for you to be able to see it, but then now we have this, like, big box. It hurts my heart. It hurts my heart, too. It's like one of those books from the Shar worshippers in Baldur's Gate 3. Literally, actually, Solitaire. Good point. That manifesto reads like a fucking Shar worshipper. We deserve to suffer, whips myself. We are evil parasites, whips myself. All of us should be forced to be vegan. Not because, I don't know, you care about animals, but because you're evil and you deserve to suffer. Like, that's the mentality. It's like what liberals, with the liberal right about the problems, so very wrong about the solutions. Yeah, they're right about the problems that are very wrong about the solutions. Don't have it overlap with the video, maybe above your camera view? You can try that. Should I keep the background on? Move the chat above you and move the video to the left of you. As in, like, move my camera, like, from here to here, and move chat above, like, where my camera would be now, or keep my camera where it is, and then move chat. The Hassan setup. I would rather not have exactly the same setup. But it is. So like that. Or I can change it some more. I can make it... No, actually making it thinner does not look good. This kind of stuff solves nothing? Oh, of course not. It doesn't solve anything. In fact, it makes the problem worse more often than not. What's up, Zachap? Good to see ya. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this kid went and did this because he thought morally it was the right thing to do. He's pro-death because he thinks humans are evil. So then move the video so it doesn't overlap. So you want chat to not be on the video. I don't know how I could do that. Like, I would have to... Hold on, let me do it like this. I could do it like this, but then YouTube chat won't end up on stream, but we can make that work. Kind of like that. And then I could just grab this and then put it like that. I can do that. Calling this guy a leftist is delusional? Oh, of course. Yeah, no, he's not a leftist in any way. Okay, fine. I'll leave it like this. I wonder what is it that humans do that he thinks are evil? Well, could it be that people are killing people? Yes, that is one of the things you could do. And really, I have something to show you guys in a minute, once we get through these segments, of like something that I can see that could lead to people getting radicalized like this. Again, like this is, oh wait, then I can't make a video full screen if it's like this. I didn't think of that. Utterly incomprehensible.
Assistant Director of the FBI
He
Los
said
Angeles.
all life was evil. He said that it was a zero-sum game and that the existence of life required the suffering of other life.
Bureau, and they provide an update along with some of the leaders out here, local leaders. Now, first off, let's show you some aerial footage up above from Sky 5.
Happy to change it around.
Those officials telling us that this was an act of terrorism and quite possibly one of the largest we've had in SoCal in quite some time. But right now, what you can see is just how large this scene is.
Like, it was a
officials say that's because of that extremely powerful explosion that caused a very large debris field.
This political death cult is worse than Republicans and worse of the worst of the Nazis. But the thing is, this death cult is the Republicans and the Nazis. That's where it comes from. I mean, I think by definition, photosynthetic life does not require the suffering of others to exist. You don't have to explain why his delusion is wrong. It's delusional. They ID'd him. The FBI called it an act of terror, as we said. This is the manifesto. If you want to give it a read and see the incoherence. What are you sorry for? Don't be sorry. I'm just, like, we're just trying to mess around and figure out what's the best way to do this. But, like, here's the other bit, right? This kind of mental illness is created by the Republicans, but it's not specifically just them. Like, take a look at this and tell me that you can't somewhat at least empathize with the fact of, fuck, maybe we shouldn't bring life into this world. Like, obviously not enough to do that, and I'm definitely not an antinatalist, but I mean, this is the world we're going to bring people into? Have you guys heard about Adriana? This is about, what was your name? Adriana, what was your last name? Smith. A Georgia woman who is brain dead and pregnant and being kept alive until she can deliver this baby. And I must emphasize to you that she was 9 weeks pregnant when she became brain dead. And so she's been brain dead and pregnant longer than she was not brain dead and pregnant. I can emphasize, as much as I disagree with the actions taken.
Lies, brain dead in a hospital room, being kept alive only because she's pregnant.
Literal Handmaid's Tale shit. I'm not kidding.
Oh yeah, by the way, this is literal Handmaid's Tale shit.
3, episode 9. The episode is named Heroic. A handmaid ends up brain dead and she is kept alive in order to exist as an incubator for the fetus she's carrying. The episode is essentially a horror movie. It's probably one of the most devastating ones. And make no mistake, it was not an accident that the handmaid who was used to perfectly exemplify the usage of a human body as chattel in order to serve the desires of the state was a black woman. It's almost as if they knew. Adriana Smith is completely brain dead, but she's being kept alive against her family's wishes and without her consent simply because she's pregnant.
Again, she was 9 weeks pregnant when she became brain dead.
Life support and essentially functioning as an incubator for over 3 months, which is longer than she was pregnant before this. She wasn't even
This baby's going to come out fucking with scales or some shit. Like, literally birthing the Antichrist out of a zombie.
Weeks along when this happened. But because of Georgia's abortion ban after around 6 weeks, except in certain cases,
Georgia,
which, as we know, are still often ignored, she is now an incubator for the state. Well, sort of, because despite having no choice in the matter, her family is not only going to be raising the fetus if it survives, but they're also on
Relativism is pseudo-philosophy. One guy came up with the stuff and the message he spreads is pretty okay, but harming others. And that's what I mean. Like, it is not real. It's incoherent. It is nihilist, and it's a death cult, Nile. That's what philism is.
Hospital bills. By the fact
yeah. By the way, not only is this woman dead, pregnant, and being kept forcibly alive as an incubator, but the family will have to pay for the hospital bills of not only the baby, but of keeping her on life support for the span of the pregnancy that they're forcing her to do. Because again, she became brain dead at 9 weeks. It's been 3 months, and pregnancies last for 9. And the family is going to be responsible for all of the medical bills. Seems to me like the pro-life politician should pay the bill. Yeah, seems to me like it too. Except they're not pro-life.
Also on the hook for all the
This isn't
hospital
life.
bills. Despite the fact that the fetus has fluid in the brain, which can lead to serious health issues.
Okay, great. Oh, so we already know that the fetus has fluid in the brain, and the birthing mother is brain dead. They're literally going to, like, it's gonna be the fucking scene from Game of Thrones with Daenerys' child, where it has wings and scales, and it's just stillbirth.
Results in the inability to survive outside the womb.
You understand that someone who has actually passed away has to give prior consent for their organs.
Yes, they would, long like Homo
So I
sapien.
guess this confirms what we always knew. A corpse has more rights than an unconscious woman in a red state.
I say probably in general, but yeah. Also, like, look at this. Look at the brain scans here. This is not...
This is what her brain looks like on a scan.
There's nothing there. She's not alive. This is a zombie being kept alive by machines to birth another likely dead child. 9 weeks. Do you know, like, have we ever had any study as to human development in a empty host? Like, you as the parent, like, you're as the pregnant mother, things that you do affect the child's development. So if there's nothing happening, I wouldn't call her a zombie, but they're abusing a corpse. Yeah, they're abusing a corpse. She's not, like, reanimated, but she's being kept alive. What kind of effects does this have on a forming child? Do we know that? Because, you know, your brain generally has neurotransmitters moving around. You know, you got hormones, you got... all of this stuff is connected to the baby because it's physically connected to the mother via the umbilical cord. A dead brain and a live baby is not something we've ever... This is like unironically, this is an abomination of God, and I don't even believe in God.
That is necromancy.
It is necromancy.
I guarantee you her healthcare team is now experiencing profound moral wounds.
So when you see stuff like this, and you already have the prerequisite brain rot from scrolling on social media, and you are inclined to react instead of just to think, to analyze, you're reactionary. Can you see how someone might see stuff like this and not be evil, but think humans are evil, we all deserve to suffer and die, and then go and do what they did? Like, we are doing things that people are looking at and making them feel like that guy who was a philist or whatever, the antinatalism movement, the idea of normal middle ground people, not left or right, not MAGA, not leftist, not even necessarily liberals. I mean the median voter. Looking at this, Elifist, thank you. Looking at this, like, it can radicalize somebody. They are literally anti-life. Yeah, and so was that guy, but I can see how somebody who has no support systems can become radicalized to the point where they then go and do something like that. I believe that there is data transfer from mother brain to baby brain. Yeah, absolutely. I believe this has happened before, but much further along into pregnancy. It has. Yeah, it has. And it was much further along. Like, we've done this where the mother became brain dead and the baby was at, like, was 7 months or something. No, I think it was 6 weeks. Anything past a certain time, hold on, is more harmful for the baby. Like, if the brain death has lasted too long. There we go. The law was adopted in 2019, but not enforced until after Roe v. Wade was overturned. Organizations opened the door for abortion bans, 12 states enforcing the bans. Like others, Georgia's ban includes an exception if an abortion is necessary to maintain the woman's life, which it's not, because she's already dead. He may be born blind. He may not be able to walk. He may not survive once he's born. From what I've heard is, I think it's after 6 or 9 weeks of gestating in a dead body, it leaves a higher risk of genetic abnormality in the baby. Hold on. I believe it was in that article, that Guardian one, but I just can't find it now. It is what it is. What the fuck could they possibly be pumping into her to replicate the normal resource? They're not. And, like, yes, obviously antinatalism is bad. What is the conspiracy you were trying to figure out with all them photos on the wall behind you? It's just decoration. You can thank Cat Piss for that. She is a lovely decorator. Earlier equals higher risk outcomes. Exactly, brain matter. And 9 weeks into the pregnancy is pretty fucking early. She's at 21 weeks now. So this baby's gonna come out fucked.
This body is being tortured. Her soul cannot rest. That is no miracle. That is madness.
And realistically speaking, it's all supporting what will be a premature baby, so it makes sense at like 7 or 8 months, but fucking, what, 9 weeks? Yeah, no, this makes no sense. This is evil. Like, it does nothing good in any way for anybody. Nobody wants it. The family doesn't want it. Like, she's dead. The kid's gonna come out and have a miserable life, more than likely. What could, like, I don't know. They're probably giving her IV nutrition, which is quite hard on the liver. Not sure about the fetus, but I can't imagine good. I mean, like, her liver's not even working because there's no brain activity. I can't imagine anyone would be able to say what gestating in a brain-dead host does to a fetus, because I can't imagine anyone doing this mad science bullshit to somebody. This is literally, I mean, a level of, human experimentation. And the fucking medical costs are going to be insanity. Yeah, again, the family has to pay for that, of them keeping her in stasis for the entire pregnancy, essentially. From 9 weeks onward. Unironic Mengele shit. Thank you, Sundry Clown Car. I was gonna say it, but I was like, I'm not sure that it's, like, quite there yet. Is it too harsh on that? No, it's actually just Mengele shit. It's literally millions of dollars. If you tried to get approval to study this in a lab setting research, you would be rejected by review board every time. You might even get, like, your license taken away from. This is unethical studying. You're doing human experimentation. This is cartoonishly evil straight from the 1930s. Again, it's literally a Handmaid's Tale episode. I legit have to come here to be able to talk to Comrade Lennon. Well, based. Lennon, you should show up more, because then the Too Much Magic Bussy? Is that your name? Where'd chat go? Oh, I put it on this side. Too Much the Magic Bus. I don't know why I read Too Much the Bussy. It's because I was looking at the wrong screen for my chat. I mean, that's your decision, mate. You can do what you like. I'm not going to tell you not to, Steve, but at least you know now. I did warn you of what that would entail. If you tried to do this study without IRB approval, you would just get arrested. This shit is evil. That's true. This is an ethical issue even when the parents give consent prior to brain death? Oh, absolutely. Like, on every level, this is wrong. On every level. Say the baby lives. Imagine growing up as that child, knowing what the government did to your mother, and the government doesn't want that absolutely radicalized child to be born. That kid is going to be born and have a horrible life. Again, like, from 9 weeks on gestating. And the earlier this is, the higher the risk for bad outcomes. Kid could be born blind. Kid could be born without the ability to walk. There's a lot. And you're not wrong. They do kind of just raise their kids to be dead soldiers. But beyond that, they also raise their kids to, I don't know, just hate folk. It's all grooming, right? You know, the pro-life stuff, they don't care about the children at all. Like, at all. They care about what they want the children to believe. They want to be able to control the children. That's what it is. Every accusation is a confession, let's remember. And every time they yell about, like, grooming children, it's because they want to groom children. Like, it's that simple. They just want to groom children, and blaming you is easier. then saying, hey, look, we want to groom your children. And everyone's saying, no, thank you. I don't actually want that. That's fine. You can go away now. Like, no, that's not how we're doing it. And it's, all right, let's jump over to something cool. We're gonna balance this out with some good and some bad. I'm gonna try my best at least, because today we're gonna have a lot of bad news. So this is interesting. You guys want to see what a microprocessor looks like under a microscope? These are the advanced microchips that we make. These are what we get from Taiwan. These are the things that are inside every computer. It's actually really fucking cool.
How did humans make this, right? This is a microprocessor. That's a human hair.
Okay, so this right here is one human hair, right? This right here is a hair. Yep, lithography.
The width of a human hair. Look how deep this goes. How, as human beings, have we been even able to come close to making something like this?
No, too much the magic bus. It'll have a miserable life because of the possible physical and mental issues. Again, kid could be born blind or without the ability to walk or without, like, who the fuck knows what gestating in a corpse is like? She's been pregnant for 21 weeks and she died 9 weeks. So the baby's all just been gestating in a corpse for now and will continue to.
You think, oh, that's amazing. Like, he's gone in quite far there. It just keeps going and going. Look how far this goes. How did we make this? Like, what process did... It blows my mind. It just keeps on going.
We torture rocks with electricity to force them to do math. Are you becoming a electricityist? This is actually really fucking cool.
Look at that.
Well, we'll see in a second how we made this exactly.
And then the zoom out.
You can fit about 1,000 resistors across the width of a human hair. Yep. The smallest grooves cut into this are about the size of a strand of DNA, actually.
And that was all just right in there.
I mean, no, it's not alive, though. Too much the magic bus. The kid has liquid in its brain and the mother's dead. Like, there is no bright side of things. It's literally cartoonishly evil. On every fucking level. I don't know what you could, yeah. Like, maybe you came in late, so let me just show you really quickly one more time exactly what it is we were talking about. It was this.
This is what her brain looks like on a scan. That is necromancy. That is not medicine. I guarantee you her healthcare team.
Yeah, okay, well, did you see the one before that? Because 9 weeks, yeah, that was the baby. The baby is the baby's technically alive. There's just a fluid in its brain. We know that, and it's only at 21 weeks. It's not going to come out alive. More than likely, it will just die and, like, miscarry.
And that's the human hair.
All right. Now let's move on from that. Because, like, I don't care to argue it. I'm right, and I'm not going to accept any other position on that. It's cartoonishly evil. So let's talk about lithography and how we make these things.
This is it, an EUV, or extreme ultraviolet lithography
system. You have to play
Delivering
it with
just
fucking
one of these
music
tools to Fab D1X, an complicated machine humans have ever built. Delivering just one of these tools to Fab D1X in Oregon took 3 747 cargo planes, 40 freight containers, and 20 trucks.
Jesus Christ.
The school bus-sized machine comprises 100,000 parts and weighs nearly 200 tons.
So what exactly does this EUV machine do?
Intel co-founder Gordon Moore observed that the number of transistors crammed onto a processor doubles roughly every 2 years. A cadence that
Shard is not trolling you. I don't know what you're talking about. These machines are absolutely insane. What's that sound?
has continued for more than 50 years and has long been known as Moore's Law. The more transistors and components on chips, the cheaper and more powerful they become. Chip manufacturers use lithography machines to project circuit patterns onto silicon wafers. For decades, they have...
No, I think you're confused. The mother is brain dead. That video was showing the mother's brain. The baby is alive in the dead mother, but there is a leak of fluid into the baby's brain as well, as far as we know. And that's what we agreed on. Has it Moore's Law been tapering off recently? Fuck, I don't know. Yes, it actually has long like Homo sapien. We're reaching the limits of how small we can make these and how small we can cut the grooves, because there's only so small you can make these things. However, that doesn't mean that like it's useless. We just have to create new math of being able to store data in these. No, we're not being trolled. It's just someone on the right who doesn't understand. There is a brain in the baby. The brain in the baby has fluid leaking into it. It is malforming. The baby is 21 weeks old and is forming wrong because the body that it's forming in is dead. There is no brain activity. There are no hormones, no neurotransmitters being cycled through the mother. There's nothing entering the baby's brain. There's not, like, the baby's not growing correctly because the mother's dead. You need the mother to be alive because you, as the mother, are sharing things with the baby. You eat, and the hormones that you create, the chemicals in your body that are naturally occurring, they move into the baby and out. Like, there is a ecosystem in the body that needs to be consistent and stable for life to form in it. And it's just not. So back to this, though. Well, yeah, even if we're cutting them with fucking light particles only get so small, right? Absolutely. Like, quantum tunneling allows electrons to get past the transistor gate because the probability wave can get past how small they are. Sure, but like, in the idea of using this as a microchip, we would need to store more data in the grooves that we already have, because it's either make the chip bigger, which is just make more chips, or make it smaller and pack more into the chips. And so we've been doing the second part. We've been packing a bunch of shit into these chips. And that's the limit. Like, we're basically there. We're cutting grooves the size of a DNA, I say the strand of a DNA.
They have kept shortening the wavelengths of light on lithography machines to print features for ever smaller transistors. This EUV machine produces light at 13.5 nanometers. Compared to today's machines, that wavelength is more than 10 times smaller.
So how does this machine work? Put on your best thinking cap, and I will try to explain it simply.
First, extreme ultraviolet light does not exist naturally on Earth, so we have to generate it. Because this tool is so large, it needs 3 floors in the fab. Its laser, about 15 times more powerful than those used to cut steel, sits on the level below the clean room. A beam transport.
Quantum computing is the next step, but it's hard. Getting the qubits and stuff in order is difficult. It'll be a couple years, which is good because once they have quantum computing, all of the encryption methods that we have are broken. All of your passwords are not safe anymore. You should probably learn how to do PGP encryption.
The laser pulse up a floor into the EUV machine, where a generator fires tiny droplets of metal tin. Each droplet only about 1/3 the diameter of a human hair. And that powerful laser, flashing at 50,000 times a second, hits the molten tin. The metal vaporizes into a plasma. This plasma releases light in the extreme ultraviolet range. A collector mirror gathers the 13.5 nanometer EUV light and shoots it to a scanner, where it pinballs off extremely precise mirrors that shape the light into slits that create patterns of transistors and interconnects onto a silicon wafer.
It's fucking awesome. It, like, using light to cut tiny little grooves into that, like, it is that shows me the good that humans can do, whereas we just choose to spend our time on other stuff instead. Why is this awesome? Because that's how we make computer chips, like advanced microchips. That's just how it's made. It's cool. Quantum computing only accelerates certain kinds of calculation. PGP uses things like RSA, public key, symmetric key algorithms that the quantum computer can theoretically break quickly using Shor's algorithm. However, that is something that will take longer to break than everything else that we have, Solitaire. That's the issue. The PGP encryption is probably going to take the longest for it to break, but it could also break it. There'll be new kinds of, like, encryption that come out with it, but yeah. I love that we can do this. Humanity is cool. When we choose to be, yeah. The Roswell crash left us with some good tech to play with. Yes, of course, of course. But, you know, instead of all that, you know, what we do as America is, this.
You liberals are all so dramatic. I mean, it's not like he's releasing attack ostriches. I am releasing attack ostriches. Well, he's not throwing salt at the elderly. We're gonna start throwing salt at the elderly.
War, Shard.
At least he knows his own gender, liberals. There are two genders. Liberals and Poobah. Well, it's not like all he does is eat hot chip and lie. All I do is eat hot chip and lie.
I love the end of this one.
Well, it's not like he... Whatever you were gonna say, I'm doing it. He's not gonna do something ridiculous, though. I mean, it's not like he's banning snowball fights. I'm banning snowball fights! Well, it's not like he's gonna form a very strange relationship with a billionaire. My beloved Elon Pelon and I. Okay, but that relationship won't go anywhere. I mean, sucking toes, quite frankly. Oh, well, I'm gonna support him anyway. My supporters are fucking idiots. That was just mean. Quite frankly, fucking idiots. Quite frankly. Oh, top!
Literally, like, yes. My supporters are fucking idiots. Like, I wish he would say it. We do have newer quantum safe encryption algorithms now. We got Crystal Kyber and 2 others. There was 4. I think one got broken with just a regular computer. NIST has a page on them though. That's cool. I mean, like, again, like, it's gonna take some time to really ramp that up, and it will eventually. Like, we're within 2 years that quantum computing will be much more prevalent than it is now. But it's still gonna take them a little while to really ramp that up. No, don't be sorry. Security was my minor. I focused a lot on quantum security. I like learning about this kind of stuff, and I've also been spending a lot of time trying to learn about cybersecurity over the last week to, like, get myself some. And so I'm also interested because I've been learning this week. So you guys want to see something, like, really fucking creepy? Huge brooding banner of Trump hung outside the Department of Agriculture. We live in the future. We are one step away from nuclear apocalypse or utopia meme. Yeah. I'm just watching for now as I'm in a meeting. What's up, Ilirda? Good to have you here. No worries at all. This is just, like, creepy. I don't really care about it. It deeply creepy is the only thing that I could put on this. Oh my lord, this is the swastika banner. This is the banner that the fascist puts up, like, every country. This is the Kim Jong-un banner. This is the Stalin banner. This is the Hitler banner. Like, all of the fascists everywhere have always wanted, like, a big fucking banner like this. And so they do it. He doesn't even know what the USDA is. I'm shocked the USDA still exists. The picture of Trump is reminiscent of portraits of leaders hanging in public buildings often seen in dictatorships, monarchies, and in descriptions of George Orwell's 1984. Thank you, The Independent, for, you know. X-users described the Trump installation as fashy-looking, having North Korean aesthetic, and giving off Saddam Hussein vibes. True. True. Others imagine that Fox News would have short-circuited had Obama or Biden done similar things. Also true. It's true. I want a banner. Of course you want a banner, Captain Buggy. But, you know, it's deeply creepy. Their social media posts along with the Department of Energy are pretty solid proof that we're fully upside down. They didn't need a banner. Oh, absolutely. Have you seen, like, the White House Twitter page is fucking insane. The psyop on the right with 1984 was to normalize this for them. You're not wrong. And, like, in any way, you're just entirely right. Someone should drape a Gaddafi banner over his banner as a meme. Please, somebody do it. Literally anybody, go find any dictator's banner that's funny and just drape it over that. Make sure that it's someone that's brown, because that'll piss them off the most. Malignant narcissists given a royal cult gonna self-aggrandize. Well, yeah, and don't forget that while they're doing that, they're also doing shit like this. And don't forget that while they're doing shit like this, there are millions of Americans whose homes are being flooded, burned down, or torn apart by tornadoes.
EPA says it is rolling back limits on some of the forever chemicals known as PFAS in our drinking water. They've been found in more than 2,700 water systems across the country, affecting more than 150 million Americans. The Biden administration established limits on those chemicals, which have been linked to serious illnesses, including heart disease and cancers.
And it's not just in our
time to buy a filter, time to buy the best filter you could possibly buy.
Drinking water, by the way. It's also in the soil. They found it in rainwater. And it's estimated that some 30,000 industrial polluters are putting out PFAS chemicals into
and now the regulations are gone.
The environment in this country.
More than 150 million
the EPA
Americans.
says limits will stay in place for the two most common chemical types. It's rolling back the rules on the others to give water systems more flexibility.
Flexibility in what? They're forever chemicals that we have identified as carcinogenic and bad for you, and they never leave the ecosystem. Yeah, no, it's okay. We don't need chunky water.
30,000 industrial polluters are put
limits on those chemicals, which have
This is the end times. I really hate what they're doing. I don't blame you. Again, this is anti-life. They are a death cult. Best part of this is DuPont has known about the danger since the 60s and kept dumping and has done nothing and now paid money against the only regulations we get. Oh yeah, well that's not surprising at all. Why would it be? We live in a country that does this to 78-year-olds. Or you do, rather. I don't,
New here at
thankfully.
10 o'clock, a startling number of South Florida senior citizens are experiencing homelessness.
They're also restricting who can get the COVID vaccine now, too? Really? Already?
Share her story in hopes of helping others find their voice.
I do.
Night Team's
Captain
Heather
Buggy.
Walker has tonight's 7 Investigates.
Carolyn's clothes hang neatly in the backseat of her car.
I'm telling you, Steve, if you guys do that, they're going to really crack down on that one because they're going to crack down soon. I mean, it is what it is.
I'm a neat freak.
And are organized in the trunk.
This is my dry cleaning my silks, which I can't afford right now.
Dry cleaning is the least of her concerns for this 78-year-old. She's been living in her car for nearly 2 months because she can't afford a place to live.
I look at it as a journey. I've had many
She's
journeys
78,
in my life.
guys.
Money is tight.
This should not happen anywhere.
Because her only income is Social Security. She's sold many of her possessions over the last few years, but she still doesn't have enough money. We spoke with her here in a well-lit parking lot in North Broward, where she spends time doing word puzzles.
Where it has the large letters for people like me.
And sleeping, sitting up.
Since I've been here, I sleep here in this seat.
They want people to die. I mean, this is sad, but she is waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah. She's optimistic, though. She needs to pull herself up by the bootstraps. I'm so sick of, like, don't even make that joke, Lennon, because people don't know that's a joke. People actually believe that, and it pisses me off. The money we spent on her needs is to be spent on Elon instead. Well, it's actually to be spent on, it looks like Saudi Arabia instead. Look, I gotta pee, and then when we come back, we're gonna start talking about some of the more heavy stuff. Oh, we're also going to talk about the Mexican Navy vessel that crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. I forgot about that. Oh, I know, you made it as a joke. I get it, but people really do actually believe that that's, like, the case. They believe that as if it's objective reality. And it pisses me off that, like, no, you can't just pull yourself up by the bootstraps and fix your life's problems, because the problems aren't from you. Is this light? Is China invading Taiwan? Are they doing it now? I haven't seen it. Look, we'll check it out in a second. Just give me 2 secs. I gotta pee. Fuck, it is so cold in my house. I just had to put the heater up a bit. Chair stream is so comforting. I know, it's such a comfy chair. Makes people happy. Alright. Alright. I'm back. I'm mad. Vet answered and was like, hey, I can come for an appointment if you want, like, soon. No. Sorry, I'm not an extreme. Not today. I'm gonna go bring the cat to a vet after. So, let's talk about the Mexican Navy crashing into the Brooklyn Bridge.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kaidi Tong. We begin with breaking news. Rescue efforts underway in the East River after a massive ship has crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. Stunning new video shows the ship slamming into the bottom of the bridge as hundreds below watched and recorded in disbelief. Police say the crash happened just after 9 p.m.
Biden has cancer, Grace Arpaggio.
Multiple people are being treated at the hospital. Pixelma's McGee Hickey just arrived on the scene. She is live with new details. McGee, what can you tell us?
Well, we're here in Dumbo, and if you take a look behind me, you see this massive tall ship with what we believe is a Mexican flag that must have drifted between the Brooklyn and Manhattan bridges. It's right now on the south.
This was a training exercise that went wrong. Honestly, like,
side of the
I don't know
Manhattan
how this
Bridge, but the
happens.
crash actually occurred into the Brooklyn Bridge, and we believe it happened more like around 8:30 this evening. It's believed that there were several crew members on board who were injured. Some people are reporting that it is a Mexican Navy.
Look at this. There were sailors hanging from the mast, guys. Look at that. We'll talk about the Chinese Navy at some point. They're releasing more videos of their new landing craft that are like bridges that just drop. Yeah, this is insane. Here's video of it crashing. Fucked. They had harnesses on for safety, but posting on the mast as part of the training. Like, that's fine. How did this happen? All I can focus on is those tall masts. How can I get onto a ship like this? There's plenty of ships like this. I mean, I've been on a ship much smaller than this, but like this. Trump could use this as justification to invade Mexico. Literally, they could just say they 9/11'd the Brooklyn Bridge. Because they're sailboats, Schwarzburg. They're sailing ships. So they need the masts for the sails. Now, I'm sure this one has like a motor or something, but it looks like it does put the sails down. I mean, I don't get on one like that. That one is broken. Well, it's broken now. The thing is, like, Lennon, this could go 50-50. I could see Trump using this as justification to invade Mexico. Or I could say him going like, the Brooklyn Bridge is ugly and liberal. Let's make a solid gold version of it. I thought these ships were like from hundreds of years ago. No, there's like several countries that still have sailing ships in their navies.
Navy tall ship. There were believed to be 200 people on board, and from talking to some people, they saw people.
Again, Zhazhex, I'm still mad that they won't change the name of the San Andreas fault line to Biden's fault, which would be so funny, but they're just not funny enough to do it.
Up in the top mast, see, it's 5 layers of sails on this tall ship, and it looks like 3 different masts. And when it slammed into the Brooklyn Bridge, it looked like at least 2 of the masts.
See, like, I like that.
toppled.
It's funny. They
And
have
we
no
have
humor.
talked to some people who saw believe they saw crew members
follow,
hanging
Chronic Stonics.
from the sails.
I don't know how this happens. Again, like, there must have been some issue that got this to go off course. Maybe these sailors were new. The thing is, like, you need to be able to manage a sailing ship. And if you fuck up, the ship will then sail in a way that you did not intend. And if you do that too close to a bridge and it breaks the mast, now there's rope cut up and it's flying all over the place. Everything falls apart. From this point on, like the ship starts drifting closer to shore. Kind of makes me think of One Piece, the anime. I hope they are all unhinged or uninjured. I think 2 people died, actually. But no, it definitely makes me think of One Piece.
We don't know. We haven't confirmed
Well, they didn't
that
accidentally go to Manhattan. No, they accidentally hit the bridge, but they were supposed to come here. They were coming here for a training exercise.
Police. You can see up in the sky, there are at least 3, maybe 4 choppers, several of them police helicopters, we believe. There are also at least 3 NYPD boats on the ground. And, you know, this is just everyone saying, how could someone who is piloting this very tall ship think that they could go under the Brooklyn Bridge and not crash into the bridge? As we were arriving here in Dumbo, we're right by, if you know Dumbo at all, we're right by Jane's
I think
Carousel
they failed their training
on that
exercise.
side of the Manhattan.
Well, that's why training is important. They'll do better next time. I believe in them. The important thing is they all had fun. And, oh wait, sorry, 2 of them died. Most of them had fun.
Bridge. We spoke to one eyewitness named Micah Gunn, who took a lot of the videos, and he describes what he saw.
People working on the sailboat. There's a bunch of them at the very top of the sails. As the bridge is going under, it hits the very top, like the top of the sailboat hits the bridge. The people at the top, they don't fall off because they're all in harnesses, but they all been have been hanging for the past hour.
Wow, what are your thoughts?
I mean, as a bystander, it's pretty hectic, crazy. You never think such a thing would happen.
It's possible the captain was trying to radio whoever runs the port he planned to dock at, and the port people gave him bad information. There's all kinds of ways, I guess. Well, like, I believe that, because remember, we do have port operators, just like we have air traffic controllers. And if you've looked at the news recently, all of the air traffic controllers are talking about how they are traumatized and they feel like they're playing God because there's not enough of them, and they might make mistakes. I feel like the same could also be applied to port operators, which maybe like it's less of a problem and there's less ships coming to America. I don't know. Maybe we fired a couple of them. Maybe they all should have been fired well before. They need to lower the mast a little bit. I recommend bending at the waist. Yeah, look, I don't know how that happened. It's fucked, guys. It's genuinely. So on the other end of shit that's fucked, let's jump over to other shit that's fucked. Oh, there's that one. Yep. There's this one. So, first, I guess, can we just talk about how fucking insane American cops are? Like, I know we all know this and agree, but I mean, some of these are actually genuinely some of these people should be put in a hospital by force.
Security footage from a Lancaster County shopping center shows the moments a local police chief pulled a gun on a 24-year-old motorcyclist last month. Thanks for joining us for Fox 43 News at 5. I'm Amy Lutz. The new video seemingly contradicts prior police reports about the incident, and charges have since been dropped. Fox 43's Matt Kleindienst joins us live from Manheim Township now with the very latest. Matt?
Amy, on May 2nd, Manheim Township Police announced that they had arrested 24-year-old Benny Pena Rivera after he allegedly shoved Chief Dwayne Fisher and resisted arrest during a traffic stop a couple days prior. However, Pena Rivera says that the security video tells a different story from that day. This security video shows the moment Manheim Township Police Chief Dwayne Fisher pulled a gun on a 24-year-old man after an alleged traffic violation.
If it wasn't for that video, nobody would actually believe what I was saying or anything.
Benny Pena Rivera is demanding answers after this interaction on
armed schizophrenic Nazis with too much authority and guns. Literally, yes.
April 30th landed him in jail and facing multiple charges.
He got arrested and charged. for this happening to him.
After this interaction on April 30th landed him in jail and facing multiple charges. Pena Rivera says he was riding his motorcycle to his job
This
at
is what
Wingstop
fascism looks
prior
like.
to the incident.
He wasn't even on the job. He was on, like, he was off the clock.
Briefly saw Chief Fisher on his way.
I actually saw him on the road on the traffic light that he said that I ran, but he actually waved at me and everything, like, you know, hello. And everything just went normal.
After parking his motorcycle, Pena Rivera was approached by Fisher, who wasn't wearing a police uniform and didn't have his police lights on in his unmarked car.
All I heard it was underground, I will shoot you. And I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? You know, what's the reason for all
American
this
cops,
to be
guys.
happening at all? And all of a sudden, I just have a gun on my face, like, literally on my face, and then on top of that, he's wrestling with me with the gun and everything. If it wasn't because I actually flee out of the season, I don't even know what would even happen.
Chief Fisher would later turn on his police lights after Pena Rivera fled on foot. In a May 2nd Crime Watch post, police say Pena Rivera ran a...
I would also run. Like, running from the police is a crime, but I'm sorry, I didn't, like, how... I don't care if I know that that guy's a cop. If he's off duty and not in a uniform and puts a gun to my face and starts trying to, like, throw me to the... I'm gonna run. Cops shouldn't have guns. The worst thing, they're all trained to be terrified of everything. They're literally trained... They're trained to shoot to kill. They're not trained to shoot for, like, your hand.
Red light, rode up on the sidewalk and weaved between vehicles before being stopped. They say he was
long like Homo
arrested
sapien, you should just assume that they're ice at this point.
for ignoring
So
Chief
same
Fisher's
thing.
orders and using
Sure,
his
they rob you
bike
too.
to push him down before running away. On Wednesday, Lancaster County District Attorney Heather Adams...
Right-wingers hate cyclists and motorcyclists in general. Magical Mets, you're not wrong about that. It's actually kind of... It's fucked how much the right hates people who drive motorcycles or bicycles. I see this one yesterday. It was a cyclist that you know what? It was on Twitter. I can't find the video, or I probably could, but I'm not gonna look for it. It's a cyclist that was on a bike path that merged onto a road, like a main road, with the bike path. But then there was a bike path that came out after the merge. Bicyclist in the merge. Car literally runs him over. Keeps going. I bet ICE has done this before and they've suppressed it from the news. I would be willing to bet, Lennon, that ICE does, like, when they arrest somebody, like, take the cash out of their wallet and put it in theirs. Sure they do. Why the fuck wouldn't they? They have immunity. They hate bicyclists even more. That's true.
Announced that they were dropping all criminal charges against Pena Rivera, saying, quote, the Mannheim Police Department and the parties agreed to the resolution
would be
of
the answer,
charges
along
in
like
this
Homo
manner
sapien.
based on the facts and circumstances of this case. Pena Rivera says he's calling for Chief Fisher to take accountability for his actions that day.
Things are getting worse. Like, genuinely worse.
Now to the arrest of a former member of Michigan's National Guard accused of plotting an attack on a U.S. military facility inspired by ISIS. Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas has the story. Good morning, Pierre.
George, good morning. The FBI claims the suspect had deadly intentions and actually came to that military facility this week trying to launch his alleged attack.
This morning, 19-year-old former Army National Guardsman Ammar Saeed is behind bars, accused of planning a deadly terror attack on his fellow soldiers at a major Army weapons facility.
This is, like, what, the fifth one in the last year of a soldier who wanted to do a terror attack, let alone, like, in America, on American soil. We actually had one happen not all that long ago. No, that's not the video, but that's a good example of one. Jesus Christ, I can't even play that one on... I could. Look at this. Look, this is how much they hate you. This is the mentality of a right-winger who thinks that they own the road. And now, obviously, like, he's flipping him off or some shit, but, like, are you kidding? I drive a moped, and I feel safer on that. He died, by the way. Well, you should have told me that, because then I wouldn't have played it. Poor guy. I feel safer riding my moped than I do driving a car, but people like that do exist. That's happened nearly to me here, where I'm on a 2-lane road and the guy behind me tried to cut in front of me through the middle between me and the other car, forcing me last second to go all the way to the side of the lane and nearly like drive into something. Holy shit, that's what happens when people are so hyper individualistic that they don't believe that other people matter. That person's just, they did that because the other one annoyed them and they felt, I have the road, fuck this guy. No one talks to people like people. No one thinks about other people like people. We think about people like animals, like enemies. Be safe. I hope you don't die in a hit and run. Yeah, me too. It's getting worse. So remember last week when we talked about how Grok kept talking about white genocide in South Africa? Well, Elon said he's fixing it. And, you know, my skepticism about Holocaust figures was due to unauthorized change in my programming, is what Grok said. To which, you know, you could have a look at. Elon said in 2014 interview that his family owned an emerald mine, but now he claims he didn't. Was he lying in 2014 or lying now? Well, it seems Elon might be trying to rewrite history here. In a 2014 interview, he mentioned that his family owned an emerald mine, but now he's signing a different tune and denying it. Looks like he's trying to pull a David Copperfield. The next step is Elon fixing quote-unquote Grok to make it say that the Holocaust didn't happen. That's the next step. That is genuinely like where we're headed. That is the direction that this is going. It was very funny to see all of the like, hey, what is like this show on HBO about? Oh, sorry, I don't know about that show, but I do know about white genocide in South Africa. That was a good one. It was funny, but like this is Nazi shit. Elon is a Nazi, simple as that. The anti-intellectuals elected a shithead, so fuck them. You're not wrong. And Elon's not the only Nazi. You do realize that, right? Like, the vast majority of right-wing content is coded in Nazism. Whether all of the right are Nazis or not, that's not what we're talking about. But all they consume is Nazi content. All of them consume it, Nazi content, from start day after day after day. And we're gonna end up here.
It begins with identification. You know, it really didn't seem like that big of a deal at first. You know, I mean, it seemed like a good thing. You know, we're just going to go through and collect the medical records of those who have autism so we can study in clinical trials and understand the cause of this. You know, it's
about the wellness camps, you know?
And it doesn't impact you. You know, no one you know has autism that you know of. You know, none of your family members have it. But you start seeing posts about it on Facebook and TikTok. You know, people receiving letters from the government saying, well, thank you for your patience as we've accessed medical records and we've started assigning numbers for clinical trials. And you notice your neighbor Larry got one. Now, Larry's a good man. He's an older man. He was a millwright for about 35 years. Retired. Unfortunately, you know, he's
I want you to actually listen and pay attention.
But he's been living out his life peacefully. He's a beacon of the community, you know. He's always in church, always helping out people the best he can despite his age. Very reclusive. But he's just Larry. He just has that quirk about him. And you and Larry are talking, and you find out Larry's number is 11867. Feels odd. That's an awfully high number for where you live. I mean, surely there's not that many people in the state that have that. And then one day they announce, oh, well, we're going to be opening up our wellness camps for those afflicted with autism.
I want you to really put yourself in the perspective of what he's describing. Like, you're just a regular, you put yourself in this guy's shoes and think about what it would be like with your neighbors, for one.
You know, you see it on the TV, you see it on TikTok, on Facebook, all the ads they're putting out for these wellness camps. They look like a nice place, you know? You get to go there for a few months, you know, you work in a community of fellow autistic people, they have counselors, and they want to help people. It's a good thing. And obviously, volunteers are accepted, those who want to go willingly. However, when the numbers don't quite meet what they thought it would, they start having a weekly, I wouldn't say draft, but it's more of just a incentive. You know, when they call they raffle it every Friday. It's about 100 people a week.
Ooh, like the Hunger Games.
You know, if they call your number, you are to report to your nearest wellness migration center. Leave your personal affects at home. There's nothing much. I mean, they'll have an agent protect your property while you're gone. You're to leave the keys of your
You do know the
home
Nazis did this
with
too.
the migration
they
center,
said that they said the Jews were going to a nice place. They didn't tell the public, hey, we're going to kill all of the Jews. They said we're sending them somewhere nice, and it's for the benefit of Germany because we have to pay too much money to keep them. Like that's what
standard procedure. Because you're not taking anything to the camp.
It starts
they assign you uniforms and
with one of us, and it ends with all of us.
And for a while, it makes sense, And
to be clear, we've already started, by the way.
They need to have people go to these farms. Yeah, that makes sense. Then one day you notice you're watching the reels and they call Larry's number. Larry's an old man. He's not physically fit to work on a farm or in a field. Why would they call Larry's number? If they have his medical records, they know he's not that physically fit. He doesn't, and he's on multiple medications to survive. He doesn't need to be at a work camp. That doesn't make sense.
Citizenship doesn't protect you,
but
Lucas.
Larry begrudgingly goes, as the others have. Some of them, violent criminals. They resisted, but they were eventually taken. And so, out of curiosity, it's been a few months now, and Larry still hasn't come back. They said these...
So were the guys that we sent to CSOT. And again, where are the women that ICE is arresting? Nobody can tell me where the women are.
Wellness camps would only hold people for 2 or 3 months at most. It's been almost 5, and Larry still isn't home. And so you go to your local town hall, you start asking, your elected officials, where's my neighbor Larry? And they simply give you a look, make a note of it, and they say, well, some people take longer in the wellness camps than others to get better. And then you start hearing about a hotline. Oh, we need you to do your American duty and report those around you who you may believe have been stricken with autism.
This, by the way, this is I call that for around Christmas time, probably. Depends on how quickly we roll out the first wellness camp.
That's not right. Well, we need more people for the clinical study. You see, this is a very wide-reaching study. We need as many people as we can get. And then all of a sudden, you go back to the town hall and you ask, what is this about? Why do we have a hotline for this? If people were going to go, they were going to go anyway. Based on the questions you're asking, we're going to have you evaluated. Please follow my agent here. And you're taken to a back room and asked a few questions by a
Yes, but sister to all, that's the one female student who we knew the name of, but they have arrested tons of women. And we don't know where any of them are. We sent a bunch of people to El Salvador, but we didn't send any women there. We don't know where they are. If someone was to tell me they're in American prisons and could evidentiate it, I would be relieved, but no one has. Early January, I think, no? Maybe. Yeah, it could work. Early January. It could work.
Psychiatrist, and after about an hour, they hit you with an autism diagnosis. And
sorry.
As such, you've now been given a number.
You asked too many questions.
11868. It's one off of Larry's number. That doesn't make sense.
It's already here,
If they were
Lennon.
doing it by population of the state, it should have been a higher number by now. And, of course, the next week, you're called in your local draft to go to this wellness camp. And it's my American duty.
This is the country
that's what I have to do.
People voted for. This is what we're building.
And you leave your personal affects at the house, and you get to the center, and you're given your uniform, and it's odd. It's the patch where they have the number. It's like it's been covered over a couple of times. It doesn't make sense. They should be issuing these new. And once you get to the wellness camp, there's not a lot of people there. There's barely 100, maybe 150 people here. And the drafts have been calling 100 people a week. Where'd all these people go?
It's a good question.
And so you ask around. You ask one of the guards out of curiosity, have you seen a man named Larry? The guard, of course, rebukes you and says, we don't use names here. What's the number? 11686. What's the number? 11687, you reply. Oh, he graduated a couple months ago. I remember him. Good man.
Never came home, though.
But that doesn't make sense. You haven't seen Larry since before he left.
This is already come true. We're here already, guys. It's just not you yet. But we're here already. There are hundreds, thousands of Americans that are already experiencing essentially this. Y'all, if you ever wondered what you would have done during the civil rights movement, slavery, the Holocaust, you are doing it right now. Yeah. Assuming you had, internet access. This guy right here is entirely correct. Like, no notes at all. None.
Oh, I'm coming in hot on this fucking one. 20 years and 28 motherfucking days I gave to this fucking country that I don't even fucking recognize anymore. 20 fucking years and 28 fucking days of honorable fucking service. Changing people's lives. During wartime and fucking peace. Raising my right hand to take an oath to the Constitution to defend this country against enemies, foreign and fucking domestic.
So do it, please.
We got this fucking Trump, this fucking hump, and his fucking monkeys destroying his fucking country, going over fucking seas, talking to fucking terrorists, putting money in his fucking pocket. But you fucking maggot motherfuckers are okay.
See, but Sister Doll, what happens after the deportation? Because we don't send them to their home countries. Most of the time we don't, and not anymore at least. I want to know where I want to know where they are. Sure, the ICE facility that she was in inhumane condition. Where does she go after that? How many people are in that ICE facility? Where is the ICE facility? Or is it mostly women? Thank you, by the way. Thank you for actually putting the work into looking for it. I've looked into this, and I can find details on specific people, but not generally what we're doing with the women that are arrested by ICE, because most of the men we're sending out of the country so far. Like, we've been sending more flights to, whatchamacallit, El Salvador, and we've also asked Bukele to build more camps there, but,
Hey with this shit. And you motherfuckers.
They're not in CSOT. No women are in CSOT. Not a single one. They are not there.
Support them. Your service doesn't mean fucking shit. I served all around the fucking world. I was in fucking Cuba. I was in fucking Korea. I was in Sicily. I was in and out of country during the Gulf War.
Well, they're planning to.
Classified missions, delivering fucking material.
Long live Homo sapien. We're planning to have facilities in Libya and in Rwanda. I think Trump's trying to get 1 million Palestinians sent to Libya or Rwanda. But then there's also us. We're doing Auschwitz. We are, absolutely. You do, also Auschwitz was not on German soil. It was in Poland, so.
On every fucking airplane you can name. From fucking C-2s, the C-130s, the C-5s, the fucking helicopters, and everything else landed on fucking aircraft carriers and any other fucking place to deliver material. In the fucking darkness of fucking night. But this is the fucking country that you allowed this bitch to fucking make, to put money in his fucking pocket, have the worst fucking wife, the worst fucking kids. You all fucking disgust me. And you motherfuckers that think you're patriots behind him, a treasonous traitor, you're motherfucking hatreds. And you fake fucking Christians, fuck you. May you all rot in fucking hell, because we all have a fucking judgment day. That I do believe, and yours ain't gonna go so fucking good. It's Saturday morning, I'm so fucking sick of
this man is 100% on point. And I have no notes, nothing to add, except for part 2.
Fucking sick and fucking tired of seeing this dumb motherfucker say the stupidest fucking shit. The weave? Motherfucker, please. You don't fucking weave. And you keep fucking attacking Joe Biden? He got more fucking sense in his fucking pinky, no matter what his cognitive fucking ability is today, or it was yesterday. You fucking bloated fuck, and all your fucking monkeys, and every one of you rotten bitches, from Nome to Headset to fucking Little Marco, to all of them today. Raspberry fucking Robert Kennedy. All of you motherfuckers, you're the fucking bottom-feeding motherfuckers, the worst this country has ever had in a fucking administration.
Yes, you can.
I served under Reagan and fucking Papa Bush and Clinton and fucking Junior Bush. And no matter how much you may hate them motherfuckers or love them, they never were like this. This is fucking insanity. I don't recognize this fucking country anymore with the fucking misogyny on fleek and the fucking racism. Deporting people that are trying to get citizenship, who are paying taxes and mortgages and car notes and are productive members of society. People dying in ICE detention. But you motherfuckers don't care. But I blame you motherfuckers that voted them in. Fuck you this Saturday morning.
And fuck you next Saturday morning.
Fucking morning. And the remaining Saturday mornings that you breathe the same motherfucking air that I fucking breathe, that I should put a fucking tariff on because you motherfuckers don't deserve to breathe it.
Rude.
Fuck you, Trump, your whole rotten fucking administration, and your fucking willingness to fucking sell out this country to fucking evil motherfuckers that I fucking defended against. Fuck you and every fucking person named fucking Trump.
Based. Fuck you, Trump, and fuck all of the Nazis around you. But, like, this is the minority. This is a veteran, by the way, that's this mad, which isn't, like, all that unusual considering how mad the veterans have been. They, like, the VA got cut. Medicaid got cut. These people are suffering, but it's not even that they're suffering. Notice how he didn't mention himself at all. Anything that affects him. It's other people. These people fought in wars because they believed in the myth of America. The myth of America may never have been real, but this guy believed it was, and now that's been shattered. The illusion of freedom and liberty has been shattered, and now everybody has lost their fucking mind on top of it. We're not even talking about freedom and liberty versus fascism. We're talking about, like, schizophrenic anti-life cults versus life right now. Like, it's not even, let's make sure the Nazis don't win. It's the death cult wants everybody to die. Let's try and prevent that first. Like, that's where we're at. And I think that's fucking insane. Right? Hold on. Give me this view. Thank you. All right. So, some of the stuff that we're doing is also, insane. Now, we're not doing this because I don't think that we can yet. Do we have some good news? Yes, I'm gonna jump onto that in a second. I was also looking to, like, get all of the stuff in order because I do like to throw something in there that's not entirely depressing. I wouldn't say it's necessarily good news, but it's fun. We did not really have much good happening this weekend. Here, I'll start it off with something funny. How about that? We'll just jump into something great. Trumpers burn in hell? Yeah, well, I mean, most Americans too, really. And at least there was a sense of motion towards the eventually achieving the dream. Instead, now, some computer-humping 20-something shows up at the local VA and says, yeah, you're all getting shut down for this, too wasteful. Literally, yeah, exactly. Like, even if the myth never really existed, something to work towards did. And that's gone now. All right, something fun. Here.
As a man of science, I'd have thought the other day, why do people from different places have different sized cocks?
Did and done. Hey, mods, somebody put did and done in a particle accelerator, please.
Charles Darwin.
Bunch of fun time ass Nazis. When I say fun time, that's how they treat it. Yeah, literally, like it's malicious, like behavior is their goal. They enjoy it. The suffering of others is where they take pleasure from. It's masturbatory. They're mentally ill. All of them. They're sick. They're spiritually sick.
Today, why do people from different places have different sized cocks?
This is
Charles
funny,
Darwin
but it's
famously said
actually
it is not the
science.
most intelligent of the species that survives. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, but the one that is most adaptable.
Also, like, the accent makes this video 10 times better.
To the changing environment it finds itself in. Now, what kind of environment does the mighty cock often find itself in? I think you can answer that one for yourself. However, the characteristics of the average environment the human skin flute finds itself in differ, of course, across the globe. Here is a map of bunda sizes throughout the world. So bum size here.
Bunda, I'd love that.
Obviously,
Such an
the
Aussie
darker
word.
nations are the biggest bums in the world, and then the paler nations are the smallest. Sorry, China and Mongolia. Analysing this data has allowed me to formulate a new statistical observation, which I've named the Rice Bundeschlong equivalence. The hypothesis...
The Bundeschlong equivalence? I mean, like, I do really like the fact that he gave it, like, an actual name.
Is this: the mass of the ass affects the long of the schlong. So in countries with big fat bundas like a lot of Africa and South America, it is evolutionarily suboptimal to have a small sort of Eurasian willy, because it doesn't give you the right kind of reach.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Him calling it a willy is just so funny. Like, the British. No, but the size of the ass does affect that, apparently. This makes sense. Latinas and Brazilians not beating the BBL allegations? Never. They're never going to.
Men with micro penises in these countries would be at
I don't
an
know,
evolutionary
Sundry Glonkart.
disadvantage because it would be harder for their bellend to reach inside of the twinkle cave and therefore harder to reproduce. There's simply too much cake for some of these boys. My hypothesis is extremely well supported by the data here. As you can see, the green countries, which are the ones with the big fat hammers, are in Africa and South America, as my hypothesis predicts. And once again,
I couldn't
unlucky
either.
Chinese chaps, you've got a small one. In parts of Asia, Europe and North America, it would obviously be absolutely fine just to have a smaller willy because there's hardly any cheek to clap. Going back to the Bunda data, you
hardly any cheek to clap.
Can see how the darker nations correlate perfectly with the green nations in the willy map. I think the discovery and publication of the Rice Bundeschlong equivalence cements my legacy as the greatest evolutionary biologist since Darwin.
The Rice Bundeschlong equivalence. There you go. You learned something. The mass of the ass affects the long of the schlong. That's the rule. I like it. No, genuinely, I like it. Like, he did science. That he looked at, guys, this is a man that looked at data and formed a hypothesis around it. Let's celebrate that in 2025. A fucking white man. Actually, wait, this isn't American. Never mind. Americans are the ones with the big problem. That's some solid science right there. No, but like, yeah, good on you. Scientific method and everything.
Thank you for
I expect a paper on this at some point. Speaking of science, let's talk about science that we want to do, but we can't do, but it's also incredibly terrifying. Americans do have suboptimal size schlongs.
All right, before I even start this video, I have to say this is not real.
Yeah, we're not doing this yet.
Allegedly.
We
some
want
people think
to
it
do
is,
this.
some people think it isn't. I'll give you my opinion at the end. So, today we're talking about kinetic bombardment, which is just the United States Air Force's rebranding of the oldest unhealthcare technique known to mankind. Dropping heavy stuff on people that you don't like. Buh, can't swear for the first 30 seconds. Buh. You see, it all started in 1967 at the height of the space race. Pretty much all the countries on the planet got together and signed a treaty that basically said we're not going to drop WMDs on each other from outer space. Yes, America and the Soviet...
Solitaire, wait, that makes sense. This is the reason the Republicans are trying to remove Latinas. Their tiny dicks are incapable of giving them a ride.
Union both signed this, surprisingly. Fast forward to 2003 and the American Air Force decides they're going to lose all of their chill. They crack open the rule book and start looking for loopholes. That's when they realize that a weapon of mass destruction is defined as a nuclear weapon, a biological weapon, or a chemical weapon. So they proposed making a weapon system that was none of those things. Basically, they wanted to put a satellite into orbit and fill it full of tungsten rods that were 20 feet long and 1 foot in diameter, and then merely drop them on bad guys from outer space.
So, yeah, unhealthcare technique is great. This would work very well. The issue is getting the tungsten into space. We'll do this when we can start building it on the moon and launch it into space from there, because it'd be much easier to launch heavy things into space from the moon than it is from Earth. A lot of fuel is required to make the heavy thing go up to space. And if you add more heavy thing, then it takes even more. Then add explosives inside the tungsten rods. Stop giving them ideas, Shard.
The theory being that it would generate the same destructive force as a nuclear warhead, but it wouldn't have any radioactive fallout. Yeah, Uncle Sam's trying to have a vegetarian option for weapons of mass destruction. A vegan nuke, if you will. Because, well, it's never a war crime the first time. Can't be illegal if I just made it up. It takes a lot to surprise me when it comes to the American healthcare system, but even I'm surprised.
It's not a war crime the first time. Isn't that Canada's motto? We need to clear the debris field. It would crash into all the trash up there. That doesn't matter. All the trash will just keep falling with it, too. The vegan nuke is just me after a few bowls of rice and beans. That's a good one. Building a ballista on the moon sounds like an XKCD comic. I don't know what that is, but like, if we were going to build this, the fucking rods of God, giant satellite that fires tungsten rods onto Earth, it would be easier to build it on the moon than it would be on Earth.
That they legitimately proposed making the grunt caveman version of the Death Star. Who needs a giant laser beam when you could just yeet metal telephone poles at people from outer fucking space, apparently? Yeet's not even the right term. They just gotta Elsa that shit.
Literally, just the moment after he said it, long like Homo sapien.
Shit.
Wait, no, don't fucking copyright me.
Power as a nuke is just simply not true. But a lot of people don't believe that thanks to movies like G.I. Joe and the Call of Duty Ghost video game that portrays it as being more powerful than a nuclear warhead.
Jesus Christ.
Which it's
okay,
simply
but those
just
are games, right? Like,
math is how I know. Look, a 20-foot rod of tungsten that was 1 foot in diameter would weigh approximately 24,000 pounds. Propelled by nothing but gravity, it would travel at a speed of Mach 5. Upon impact, it would generate the destructive force of approximately 3 to 4 tons of TNT, which is about equivalent to that of the Moab bomb, or commonly referred to as the mother of all
Shard, did you just delete Brain Matter's message because you got called out?
bombs, which is the largest non-nuclear bomb ever dropped. By America, of course. But when you compare that to an actual nuclear warhead, it's not even close. For example, Fat Man, one of the bombs dropped during...
It would not be as big as either, like, of the nukes that we've actually dropped. It would be fine. It would be the size of a tactical nuke, I would imagine. But it would still be really fucking bad. Of course. I'll just let you deal with that. Gotta control your mod. She's out of control. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
World War II had the destructive force of 20 kilotons of TNT. If you don't know, kilo means 1,000. I still have no idea what the fuck a meter is, though. Or a Celsius, for that matter. Quit measuring temperature based off water. It's dumb. Use Fahrenheit. It's the easiest thing on the planet. 0's cold as fuck, 100's hot as fuck. Hashtag science.
I do agree with that. When it comes to temperature, I like the Imperial version better. Everything else I like Celsius, but temperature, yeah. Nothing long like Homo sapien. They're like fucking around. I believe you.
Use Fahrenheit. It's the easiest thing on the planet. 0's cold as fuck, 100's hot as fuck. Hashtag science.
I'm being suppressed in Twitch and suffocated in real life. She giving you a big hug. Fahrenheit for weather, Celsius for everything else. No, I mean like Fahrenheit for weather and metric for everything else.
So a rod from God would have the destructive force of 4 tons of TNT versus 20,000 tons of TNT of one of the earliest nuclear bombs ever.
It's not as big as a nuke. That's lovely, right? Good to know, but we do want that. Okay, now we can talk about some not good things. So you guys all know what Project 2025 is, right? There might be a part 2 to that. There might be a Project 2026. Or rather, a Project America 250. So let's have a look at that, because this is bad. This is like scary bad. I don't know if this is right. This is all speculation. But you go on the White House website, whitehouse.gov. There's a section called America 250. You know, countdown to America's 250th birthday. This is a an event in which they're going to be doing a lot of things. Let's listen to this video explaining it, but there's a lot of opportunity here to do a lot of bad shit throughout. And we may have misjudged their longer term plans. I think they're kind of going to push this to be quick. Can we crash this party? I don't think you can because of how it's like, listen,
I hardly ever put my Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs hat on, my tinfoil hat, if you will.
Yeah, this is our tinfoil hat time for all of us.
Executive order tonight, and I just had a thought. So I think I'm going to share it with you, even though, again, this is a tinfoil hat theory. And you guys let me know what you think in the comments, because
wait, we're not time for you.
I don't know that I'm going to be able to sleep until I let it off my chest. So this was the executive order I was reading when I thought.
Good to see you, Noan.
This is from today, May 1st,
have a good day.
and it is called the Establishment of the Religious Liberty Commission. I'm not here to do a deep dive on this. I encourage you to go read it, or if you'd like a deep dive, I can do that. But basically what this does is it allows Christianity to be pushed into both the public and private sector, yada, 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 white Christian nationalism, okay? Oh, and they're going to do that under the guise of, like, religious freedom. But this is...
Is it? Because that's not the mod view chat for me. That's my, like, general, like, chat. I popped that out of the main chat. You shouldn't be able to see the moderation there. All you can see is just, like, the red when... How is this mod view? Oh, it's because it says, you know, show this and show that. It's because I can see it. I forgot. That's why. It's because it's not mod view, it's streamer view. Mod view is different. That's what you can see. But I forgot that I have this on screen because I usually don't have it on the screen. We're going to have to do something with the chat, like this one that's on this screen. I'll try and fix that after today and see if we can do something other than this. But right now, sorry, I'm gonna have to deal.
This is where I was like, light bulb, let me put my tinfoil hat on. It says that the members of this committee shall serve one term.
Ah, yes.
And that term will end on July 4th, 2026.
And this starts, by the way, on Memorial Day this year. So from Memorial Day this year to July 4th, 2026 is the festivities, officially launching Memorial Day 2025. This countdown ends then, so, you know, let's...
Which marks the 250th anniversary of the American independence, as we know. And when I saw that, my brain triggered me to go back to this executive order called Celebrating America's 250th Birthday, which was signed shortly after Trump's inauguration, January 29th, 2025. The text here that's highlighted might be cut
like
off
this
on the top, but it does say establishing the White House task force on celebrating America's 250th birthday. So this executive order talks about that task force. Donald Trump is the chair. There's a whole bunch of people on the cabinet that are involved as well. And it talks about this grandiose celebration. So then I was like, what else can I find on whitehouse.gov about this? And I found this landing page that I have never seen before. It has a countdown here. The United States of America countdown to America's 250th anniversary. It features pictures of him and Melania, blah, blah, blah. Scroll down with me and you get to this memo, which reads, under
this
the president's
is fucking
leadership, the salute to America.
Scary.
250 Task Force, otherwise known as Task Force 250, has commenced the planning of a full year of festivities to officially launch on Memorial Day 2025 and continue through July 4th, 2026. The White House is engaging and encouraging the entire federal government, state and local governments, the private sector, nonprofit, and educational institutions.
They're going to make this sound lovely. That's why I don't think you can crash this party, because they're going to make it sound fun.
Country to join in this historical celebration.
They're gonna make it fun.
50 invites
like,
citizens to have a
in general
renewed love of American history, experience the beauty of our country, and ignite a spirit of adventure and innovation that will raise.
No, it doesn't sound fun. This sounds like fascist indoctrination, but they're going to make it fun. That's how they're going to get people to be more okay with the fascism. Is, well, look, you know, there's the bad stuff, sure, but look how much fun you're having. Love America. This is, again, a year from July, so lots of time to build up the brainwashing.
Nation to new heights over the next 250 years. As part of these efforts, Task Force 250 is proud to present an original video series, The Story of America. And
which
then it links
I didn't
at
watch.
The bottom to whatever, historical videos. I didn't watch them. They might be
only for the 7 people that, like, you know, aren't actually there, Lennon. This sounds like every dystopian novel I've ever read. Yeah. I don't know how they'll make it actively collapsing the empire fun. Bouncy Castle. Do not love America? Well, fuck America.
Remember the first executive order I showed you tonight, the establishment of the Religious Liberty Commission. It ends on July 4th, 2026, but that's not the only thing that ends on July 4th, 2026. Remember this guy signed on the day of the inauguration, establishing and implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency, otherwise known as DOGE, Elon Musk, the teenage boys, remember all that? This executive order also says the U.S. DOGE Service Temporary Organization shall terminate on July 4th.
They could use the 250th birthday to do like massive restructuring of the government. They could just use that as the excuse to get rid of every last check and balance of their power.
What if this is not a countdown to America's 250th anniversary, but rather a countdown or a timer for the Trump regime to try to initiate a brand new constitution?
That's an option.
I personally cannot think of any other explanation.
The unconstitution of America.
And any other reason why you would turn.
I don't necessarily think they'll do that.
That is in charge of making
I think they'll use this as an excuse to propagandize to the people. They'll put out lots of videos of people walking around and having fun, enjoying festivities in some places. I don't think they're going to do a new constitution. I don't believe that. But I do think they're going to use the 250th anniversary of the country to do restructuring of the government and to eliminate any last check and balance that they may have. They'll do propaganda with this, absolutely. But there is definitely sussy shit here of like the Religious Liberty Commission ending on the same, like it's almost like this is the timeline of in 428 days, we officially will then transition to Nazi America. It becomes, corporate America. Actually, no, we already are corporate America. We're really the United Arab States of America now, after the last trip that the president took. We're the United Emirates of America. They'll hold festivities and use the occasion to restructure the government, kill dissenters, some red wedding shit is brewing. That's exactly my vibe, Lennon. That's what I'm getting. So this deadline, that's the deadline to leave? No, the deadline to leave is passed already, Solitaire. I don't know what that is. That could be literally nothing. I'm not going to say that that is something. I don't know. It could be. But, you know, we live in a sick country. And so, who knows? Like... we need a dragon. I need 3 dragons, actually. Give me 3 and I'll put a stop to this.
I'm a historian of totalitarianism.
I look at fascist rhetoric.
I've been thinking about the sources of the worst kinds of history for a quarter of a century.
Experts say the constitutional crisis is here now.
The Trump administration deporting hundreds of men without a trial.
A massive purge at the FBI to make people afraid of speaking out against him.
You think this is just theater?
I'm leaving to the University of...
because, like, these are, like, really influential, like, professors that and authors. They left. Them leaving is not theater. It's, you know, I don't want to die. Oh, the countdown. Oh, yeah, no, that is theater. And I just think that they're going to use that time to do restructuring. Not that it in and of itself means anything.
Toronto. I'm leaving to the University of Toronto.
Don't ever mention Chuck Schumer to me again.
I want to do my work without
I don't care.
the fear that I will be punished for my words.
The lesson of 1933 is you get out sooner rather than later.
True.
I've spent a lot of time in the last decade trying to prepare people if Trump were elected once, let alone twice.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
I did not flee Trump, but if people are going to leave the United States or leave American universities, there are reasons.
Basically,
for
yeah.
that. One thing you can definitely learn from Russians
is that it's essential to set up centers of resistance in places of relative safety.
We want to make sure that if there is a political crisis in the U.S., that Americans are organized.
Yeah, soon Americans are going to be eating the cats and the dogs.
We've just gotten
That's
started.
a good one, PJ.
You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking in.
My colleagues and friends, they
That
were
I
walking
can see,
around
Learda.
and saying, we have checks and balances, so let's inhale.
They're eating the checks, they're eating the balances.
Checks and balances, exhale, checks and balances. And I thought, my God, we're like people on the Titanic saying our ship can't sink. We've
one.
got the best
There's
ship,
yeah.
we've got the strongest ship, we've got the biggest ship, our ship can't sink. And what you know as a historian is that
While
there
our
is
ship is
no
sinking.
such thing as a ship that can't sink.
The golden age of
Yeah, you're
America
late,
has
PJ.
only just begun.
America
God, I
has
remember
long
that
had an
fucking Hitler
exceptionalist
speech.
narrative. Fascism can happen elsewhere, but not here.
But talking about American exceptionalism is basically a way to get people to fall into line. If you think that there's this thing out there called America, and it's exceptional, that means that you don't have to do anything.
Well, I mean, I'm not in the United States, PJ. I'm from the US, but I fucked off like 6 years ago, so I'm good.
Whatever is happening, it must be freedom. And so then what your definition of freedom is just gets narrowed and narrowed and narrowed and narrowed, and soon you're using the word freedom, but what you're talking about is
We voted
authoritarianism.
for labor here. Yeah, we live in the fascism.
Toni Morrison warned us.
The descent into a final solution is not a jump.
Yes,
It's one
they're cranking up the volume to desensitize people. You're right, Brain Matter. You're like 100% right on all of this. It's a path that was laid out a long time ago. None of this is new. Do we think Trump will even survive to next summer? I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. The person that would replace him would be worse, if not the same. As far as like the people in charge, to me, all of them are demons, and they're all equally as evil as each other.
And then another.
At least for the time being.
And then another.
We are
Stephen
seeing
Miller is the one
those
deciding
steps.
policy. And I've said that before, Jejex. Barron would take over after Trump. I've said that this administration is literally a dying old man and everybody sucking his cock to get on the will because they all want to be named the heir to the throne. And none of them can think of the fact that, no, it's just going to be Barron. And that's the whole point. Like, that's all Trump wants, is that Barron's going to be the king after Trump dies. That's in his brain. Now, whether or not we actually end up here, it's a fair possibility.
Accelerated right now.
Barron America, yeah.
There are some words, in Russian in particular, that I feel help us to understand what's happening in the United States, because we now have those phenomena. Произвол. It's the idea that the powers that be can do anything they want to you, and you have no recourse.
Произвол.
This not knowing who is next creates a state of paralysis in society.
The Tufts student whose visa was removed because
Mine's
she
Laura Loomer,
co-authored
PJ.
an article in the Tufts student newspaper.
At least Laura
I
Loomer
thought,
is funny.
What would I do if guys in masks tried to grab my student? Would I scream? Would I run away? Would I try to pull the mask off? Would I try to videotape the scene? Would I try to pull the guys off of her? Maybe I would get scared and run away. The truth is, I don't know. Not knowing terrified me.
It's a deliberate act of terror. It's not necessary. It's just being done to create a spirit of us and them.
Продажность. It's a word in Russian for corruption, but it's larger than corruption. It refers to a kind of existential state in which not only everything but everyone can be bought or sold.
Critics are
Who's
calling
the
this a
idiot?
quid pro quo deal between Adams and President Trump.
I'm committed to buying and owning gossip. He made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million.
There's an expression in Polish. I found myself at the very bottom, and then I heard knocking from below. In Russian, that gets abbreviated to there is no bottom.
We cannot allow a handful
Guys,
of
I'm confused. PJ is on our end, I think. Right? Like, you seem like you're on the left, not the right. It is being done to send a message, and for some reason we're all just collectively eating it. Well, stop. Like, I have to talk about it. This is my job. You guys don't have to listen to it. You could, I don't know, like, go outside and talk to your neighbors, touch some grass, do some organizing, or like, you know, there is direct action that could be done. It's just a matter of doing it. This is the best direct action I can do from outside of the country. And that's what I'm doing. And some of you in here help, and that's what you do. But like, that's why we're just sitting here eating it, because everyone else has to get up and do something. A group of people in masks came up to you. Why wouldn't you defend yourself with a gun? You literally have the right to do that in the United States. And you should.
communist radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws.
What starts to matter is not what is concealed, but what has been normalized. There's no limit to the depravity.
President Trump did not rule out the possibility of a third term.
And
stop listening and engaging with the dumb shit. Stop letting the fascists waste your time. Notice how, like, I don't talk about what Trump or any of them are doing anywhere near as often as I used to, because I only mention them when they actually matter. Because otherwise it's just going from like attention-grabbing headline to attention-grabbing headline to depressing thing to depressing thing to depressing thing, and not actually managing to focus on any of the important things, which are also depressing. And because they're all depressing, they take a lot of energy, and then you just give up. That's the goal, is to get you into that loop of following and following and following, getting exhausted, and then giving up.
Sadism.
The White House released this video titled ASMR Illegal
Politics
Alien
has
Deportation
always been
Flight.
exciting. And the cruelty
to me
that we are watching now play out in real time.
This facility
This is a death camp. Like,
in our toolkit that we will use.
All right, like, you shoot dogs for fun and put humans in camps, so fuck off, Christy.
You have to continually
You fucking
ask
lich.
yourself the question, is this okay?
You disgusting, filthy lich of
Is
a
there a
woman.
line I wouldn't cross? Is there something I would not do?
People say, oh, the Democrats should be doing more. They should be fixing things.
Fuck you, you piece of shit, too.
But if you want the Democrats to do things, you have to create the platform for them. You have to create the spectacle, the pageantry, the positive energy, the physical place where they can come to you.
We need symbolism.
Poland recently went through a shift towards
Was that you guys,
authoritarianism.
Eliota?
Unlike in Russia, unlike in Hungary, the media remained a place in Poland where you could criticize the regime. And as a result, democracy returned. The moral of Poland.
Imagine in 40 years after all this is over, I can see tankies and neo-Leninists praising Trump as a communist for nationalizing the economy when he goes full Hitler in 2026. Lenin, I hate you. I hate you, and I hate that timeline. You put that in my head, and I can see it, and I can believe it, and I hate it, and I'm so mad. I'm more mad than I ever have been. One day, everyone will have always been against this. That's true.
Poland is that our democratic institutions, the media, the university, and
The Overton window is gone.
Are essential.
That got thrown out the other way. It got defenestrated, mate. We're in
You know you're living
the thick of
in
it.
a fascist society when you're constantly going over in your head the reasons why you're safe. What we want is a country where none of us have to feel that way.
And I would argue that a lot of us feel unsafe. I would argue most of us probably feel unsafe. And it's not even just the state. The state might not, you know, do anything to you specifically in this one case, but let's say you are lucky. Let's say you're somebody who's not going to get bothered by the state. But then you have stuff like this because these people are left alone. The state says you are a terrorist because you said something bad about the regime, but people like this get to roam free.
New tonight, we're hearing from yet another alleged victim of a notorious road rage driver. The man with a record of 8 attacks in California is now facing felony charges for an incident.
Literally just punched her through the window.
In Kaka'ako. And our Dylan Anchetta spoke to a woman who says she had a terrifying encounter with him
on Twitch,
at
PJ,
an
but that's
Oahu
okay.
gym. Dylan.
Thank you so much. Fearing for her safety, the young woman spoke to us on the condition of anonymity. She says she was working out at Planet Fitness Kahala on Good Friday when she was threatened by a man she later learned was Nathaniel Radamak.
Walk up again.
Say that again. I walked past the machine he was using and he came up behind me and said, "Hey, do me a favor, don't walk past my machine when I'm using it again."
What kind of fucking guy psycho are you? Don't walk past my machine. Yeah, he did 8 attacks and somebody's walking around still. That's what I mean. Even if the state doesn't come at you, people like this are all around still who will come at you. And then if you attack them back, oh, sorry, you're going to the camps. You're a violent criminal because he was on their side. If I ever get captured by ICE, I'm telling them America deserved 9/11 like Hassan did. Honestly based, yeah. At Planet Fitness, bro, like literally,
Shocked
don't walk
at
in
what
front
she
of my
heard in that
machine.
unprovoked
Roids make you
moment, the woman
volatile.
stood her ground.
And I was so taken aback because I'm not one
They
to
also
be
give you testicular cancer.
spoken to like that. So I just said, "Don't talk to me like that." And then he said, "You want to try me, bitch? I'll sock you right in your face."
This is the environment that we live in. So like even if you are not one of the people that is directly in danger from the state, you have to deal with these fucking morons.
And that's when she took out her phone to record.
What is your problem?
I'm telling you right now, things ain't looking good.
As tensions quickly mounted, the man then took a swing at the woman, alarming bystanders.
Get away from me.
What's going on? Stop recording you. How close was he to actually hitting you?
It was a hair. It was a hair away.
Go home, own a home gym. No, fuck that. Just buy some resistance bands. You don't need to go to a gym. You don't need a home gym. Buy some resistance bands.
It happened so quick. I saw him getting close to me, so I was automatically like, you know, I guess in defense mode.
After this, the woman used a screenshot of the video to do an image search of the man,
Nice
and his
catch
face
there.
was matched with headlines of Nathaniel
It's all
Radamak.
about being an individual now. Yeah, it's hyper individualism. It's what I like complain about all the time. We need community. Resistance bands. That too. We need that too, Brain Matter. Both kinds of resistance bands. You need to just be a person. You don't need better trainers. No, you don't. You don't need oh, he drives a Tesla. Of course he does. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? All you need is these. Fuck trainers. Buy like a pack of resistance bands and you're good. They come in different sizes. You can do pretty much any gym exercise on that. And it's like fucking $15. Because that's a Tesla. I know that's a Tesla from the back. I drove for a living for a while and there were Teslas on the road. So maybe I just remember from that time. What's up, Shard? All the way on YouTube chat. One person can't change the world, and yet we tell stories about going back in time, accidentally step on a butterfly, and then suddenly dinosaurs exist 50,000 years from now. One person can change the world. That's definitely, like, they can. I'm not arguing that.
Who was convicted in Southern California
Yeah, he's a fucking criminal.
in a string
Of course he
of
tinted
road
his
rage
plates,
attacks.
his
He
windows.
was sentenced to a 5-year term, but out on parole after 10 months. The 38-year-old then
I don't
made
think it
headlines
matters,
on
PJ.
Oahu after
He's
an
probably
assault on May
a
7th
roid
in Kaka'ako.
rage
Court
fucker.
records show
Same
he
fucking block, too. That's the same street. Different car that he punched in the...
on Oahu after an assault on May 7th in
guy's just-
Kaka'ako. Court records show he assaulted 2 women who were parking on Halekauwila Street.
He got the shit beat out of him in prison. Good.
Somebody say slow down or hey, you know, I couldn't really hear it, but that's what it sounded like. And then a few seconds later,
Well, that's what I keep trying to say, Captain Buggy, is you're not safe. Even if you are not getting attacked by the state lets morons and dipshits like this roam around and attack you.
I saw the guy go across the street and reach into the car. And
If he did that in Florida, he'd probably have a gun in there.
Radamak appeared in court on unrelated traffic charges. Following his appearance, he was charged with 3 felony offenses for the May 7th attack: first-degree unauthorized entry into a motor vehicle and 2 counts of third-degree assault.
Yeah, it gets 5 years out in 10 months, and that's the other reason why it doesn't matter. I am not a Stalinist, Lenin, but, you know, there are more deserving people of the gulag than the people in the gulags. What's going on with him? Has he spoken? I don't know. Find out.
Him to be caught, and I did not want him to hurt another woman because I knew it was just a matter of time. If no one did anything, he was going to do it again.
Now, Radomak is expected to appear in court on these new felony charges on Thursday. It's unclear at this point if he will be.
He's just another asshole, and that's kind of it. That's all you really need to know. So, we're gonna switch to Europe as a subject. There was 3 elections today in Europe. There was Poland, Portugal, and Romania. We'll touch on those. And then we're gonna talk about how there is Russian troop buildup on the border of Finland. And that's not what we want. We don't want Russian troop buildup on the border of Finland. That's generally not a good thing. So we'll talk about that. Let me get all of these links over here, and then I gotta pee, and then I will come back and we will do that. But in the meantime, how long is this? Yeah, enjoy a video about how the movie Zootopia is actually about Ronald Reagan. So, I'll be right back.
About Ronald Reagan and the CIA. They made a kid movie about Ronald Reagan. Yes, they did. And it's called Zootopia. Mark, what the hell you... Just stick with me. I was watching this movie with my daughter. I said, this a kid movie? The movie followed Nick Wilde and Jody Hopps. Nick is the fox and Judy is the rabbit. Nick represents the minority and he's also a predator. Keep that in mind. Judy represents white people, but she want to be a cop and she's trying to do everything right. Let's continue. Jody Hopps and Nick got to figure out why all of the predators in the movie are reverting back to being savages. They're reverting back to their predatory ways. And since predators are going back to acting like savages, this is dividing a community. You see how the bunny is scared of the tiger, but he's really minding his own business. He didn't turn savage. He's really just there minding his business, but she still fears for her life. And they're really trying to figure out why all the predators are turning back into savages. It seems like each neighborhood they go into, they keep seeing these flowers everywhere. In each neighborhood, each community, everything. Now, all the prey in the community is attacking the predators. They haven't did anything. They're having a peaceful protest talk about we don't deserve to be treated like that. And the prey like, y'all need to go back to where y'all came from. I'm like, ain't this a kid movie? What the hell? And as the protests will continue, they was asking Judy Hopps question. They were like, why you think the predators are acting like this? And she said something very ignorant. She said,
give me
maybe
one more
it's just
minute
in their
once
DNA.
this is done, because I gotta go give the cat a
and
bit
then
more
her
food.
boy Nick was like, what the hell?
Alrighty.
But once again, she don't know. She's still learning how to navigate and try to help the community. But Zootopia also has a mayor that is a predator. So every time he comes out and talk about something, they be like, hey man, we ain't trusting you. You're a predator. What are we? But his secretary is trying to help keep things afloat. Now remember I said something about the flowers? Someone was in the lab cooking up flowers and putting them in putting them in the predators community. And this flower was making the predators turn back savage. And guess who was behind it the whole time? The prey, the sheep, bellwethers. She said, you know what? I'm tired of being the prey. I'm tired of working for this black mayor. This predator mayor. I want them to see how y'all really are. And I don't give a damn how I do it.
Based. You guys really like the chair stream, don't you? No, but like, for real, don't you guys miss when we used to, I don't know, make movies who were directed at children that was supposed to teach them, I don't know, lessons about life? That was a cool video. Yeah, I miss when we used to do that kind of shit. Now we do the opposite. We don't, teach people good it's woke as fuck. Honestly, like, all of the best media is woke as fuck. Think about Avatar: The Last Airbender. If Avatar: The Last Airbender came out today, the right would lose their fucking mind. The first episode, one of the first scenes in Avatar: The Last Airbender is Sokka getting ridiculed by his sister for being a misogynist. Socio-moral development is gay and woke. Literally, yeah. Wait, movies with lessons? Movies aren't just turning your brain off and never thinking? Oh, I know. Who would have thought? Everyone loves Avatar: The Last Airbender. Everyone who's watched it, it's literally a masterpiece. What's your view on Biden and his cancer? He has cancer. Do you think they knew he had it while he was running? They knew his brain didn't work. Biden knew that he would lose when he decided to run again. Biden had internal Democratic polling that showed him losing to Trump winning a 400+ electoral vote if he ran, and he still decided to run. Fuck Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden. He's also the reason we didn't have a primary after he dropped out, because Nancy Pelosi even said we were supposed to have a primary in the House, and Kamala Harris still likely would have been the candidate, but she would have had to earn it. And that didn't happen because Biden immediately said, nah, that's her. She's the next one. And so he fucked us. He fucked us. It's not necessarily off topic. We weren't really on a topic just yet. I hadn't jumped over to Europe. I do now want to talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender, but we got actual, like, other stuff that we need to talk about. So first and foremost, Courage the Cowardly Dog. The episode about domestic violence, old cartoon show, had a lot of heavy themes. That was one that I couldn't watch, Captain Buggy. I couldn't do Courage the Cowardly Dog. That shit scared the fuck out of me. Return the Slab, I had nightmares about for, like, a long time. The truth is I am Courage the Cowardly Dog. All right, let's move on. So, in Poland, the Liberal won the first round, which is good, because, you know, Poland going to the right would be very bad. So, there's going to be another round of voting, but Donald Tusk got about 30.8% of the vote in first round. Trailing him was Naraki, who has been endorsed by Law and Justice Party, PiS Party, by 29% of the vote. So we got to make sure the PiS Party loses in Poland. It's really important that the PiS Party loses. Courage the Cowardly Dog, I love that show. It's fucked me up, though. That's true. That's true. Been saying sorry a lot recently and then apologizing for saying sorry. You guys need to stop apologizing. Like, genuinely, in general, just don't apologize unless someone, like, actually looks like they're upset based on something you did. Like, look for facial expressions or body language or even verbal expressions in text form. Try and puzzle out if this person's actually upset. And if they're not, you don't have to say sorry. PiS? That's funny, yeah. Fuck the PiS Party. So, the PiS Party lost in the first round. They were really close, though. 30.8 to 29.1. Then we go over to Romania, where Romania had the Liberal win in the... Is this first round? No, actually, I think he just won outright. So, 54.2% to 45.8 for George Simeon, who is obviously the Russian asset. So that's good. If Romania has chosen, I don't know, democracy over Russification. Be unapologetic unless you've actually been an ass. True, brain matter. Also, guys, go jump and like the YouTube stream if you haven't already. It definitely really, really helps the channel. This is good. This is good. However, I will say the right did better than expected, both in Poland and in Portugal. The left did better than, well, actually, the middle did better than expected in Romania. We look over to Portugal, the center-right party won as the far-right made record gains. So Portugal looks to be fucked. Here we have another almost fascist state. Meloni in Italy right now was really the main one in Europe, but now we have Portugal added to it. It's getting dicey over there. And when it comes to Russia, things get complicated. But before we get to that one, speaking of Meloni, she met with Vance today. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Where is Meloni meeting with? Here.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni hosted transatlantic talks between US Vice President J.D. Vance and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in Rome on Sunday. The discussions were aimed to help trade talks progress between the US and the EU. Vance called Europe an important ally even though they had some disagreements.
Should I be sorry then, Shard? My friend said not directly in the eyes, around the eyes becomes a meme in my head. I'm just tired and feeling insecure, but anyways, no bother. Yeah, you don't need to feel insecure here, mate. If you do something wrong, we'll tell you. Will Vance's curse come about tomorrow? I mean, I don't think the curse applies to other demons. I don't think you can pass it along unless it's to like something with a soul. So who knows, Solitaire? Oh, fuck the new pope. The new pope is an op. I have no evidence for this, but I stand by it. Fuck the new pope. He's an op.
An important ally of the United States. The individual countries within Europe are important allies of the United States. But of course, we have some disagreements, as friends sometimes do, on issues like trade.
Meanwhile, von der Leyen said she hoped it could mark a new beginning in transatlantic relations. She highlighted the significant trade partnership of more than 1.3 trillion euros per year between the two, calling it the largest trade relationship in the world.
I see. Shard, how do the girls at the bars feel about it? They're mostly focused on my hair at the bars, so. He looks like a malformed human raccoon hybrid. Well, that's what happens when you're Hillary Clinton and you wear a skin suit meant to look like J.D. Vance, you know? That's the outcome there. So, we look at, then, the situation with Russia.
Satilia.
Ow! Fucking hell, that was loud. Sorry, guys. I'm new to the digital world, feels safer than in real life, but I'm shit typing. Stop doing that, by the way. I need you to spend more time offline than online. The digital world is evil and poison. It's not safer. You're in more danger online. If you feel safer here, that's the op. You are not safer online under any circumstances. Like, you are much, much more able to control your surroundings and what you are intaking into your mind in person. This is poison. All of it right here. I would literally make social media illegal with like a Thanos snap it gone if I could.
Images have revealed that Russia is engaged in military buildup near its border with NATO member Finland, Swedish SVT Nyheter news site reported. According to the report, Russia is setting up troop camps, building vehicle warehouses and opening and refurbishing air bases just miles from the border with Finland.
Yeah, it's an AI voice. It doesn't matter. I have like actual data on the subject, but this was the only video I can find on it because it just came out today.
In addition,
why do you have to leave this chat? And see, that's what I mean. That's what being online does to you. Where like someone disagrees with like your worldview and says, here, you should try this instead. All right, I'm going to leave because I'm uncomfortable and my safe space is not safe anymore. So I have to go where I will never be uncomfortable and nobody will hurt my feelings. Stop coddling yourself. Be a fucking human and suffer a little bit. It gives you character.
Russia's military buildup was observed at Olynya Air Base, from where Ukrainian sources say Russia flies strategic bombers used in attacks on Ukraine. Russia has been expanding its military infrastructure near the Finnish border after Finland joined the NATO in April 2023.
Hurt your feelings just in a constructive way? Brain matter, you are too nice. You are too wholesome that you would struggle in a situation where you need to be a little bit less wholesome.
3. Abandoning its neutrality in the face of Ukraine's invasion by Kremlin. In response to NATO's expansion, Russia started re-establishing Leningrad Military District Command near Finland in December 2023. Moreover, since the turn of the year, 150 military tents, with a capacity of housing 2,000 personnel were set up at Kamenka, which is located just 55 kilometers from Finland. In another move to expand its military presence near Finnish border, Russia built 3 large storage warehouses that are believed to be suitable for roughly 50 armored vehicles in Petrozavodsk.
So, Winter War Part 3? No, I think it'll still take them a couple of years to ramp up to this. This is going to... it hurts my soul, too. I know. Honestly, like, I disliked it. But at this point, we can jump because I got the basics down for you guys that we can look at data next. I don't think that they're going to be doing this until late 2026. At the very least, it's going to require a lot of buildup, and what they're going to do in the meantime is they're just going to keep doing what they're doing, where they do mini cross-border raids, or they're cutting internet cables under the sea. Remember, not 3 months ago, three months ago, was the German and Danish intelligence who said that Russia is planning to start testing NATO boundaries in Article 5 in about 6 months. So in about 3 months from now, they'll probably start doing some cross-border shit. And then slowly we'll ramp up. They don't have the capability to fight this right now. But they do have the ability to fuck around.
NATO is on full alert as Putin has sparked World War III fears after satellites spotted Russian troops massing on the border of another European country. The new satellite images have spotted a dramatic surge in Russian military activity near the Finnish border, a move that signals the Kremlin could be preparing for a potential showdown with NATO. The Russian town of Kamenka is just 35 miles from the Finnish border and has now been swamped with more than 130 military tents that have been erected since February, enough to accommodate...
Well, I originally thought they would go for the Baltics first, but, I mean, I don't know, he really is mad that Putin went and joined NATO.
Estimated 2,000 soldiers. More images also show extensive construction around 100 miles from the Finnish border at Petrozavodsk, where 3 vast warehouses have appeared and are likely capable of housing dozens of armoured vehicles, with more still under construction. This development appears to be Moscow's long-promised retaliation to Finland and Sweden joining NATO, a move that extended...
Okay, so let's have a look. Russia is developing military infrastructure and conducting organizational reforms near NATO's northern flank, especially near Finland. News agencies from different countries have asked me about this topic, and in this thread I will share some recent observations. YouTube stream is only 13 likes. The Gulag is about to get an influx of new tenants. Oof, there's 36 of you watching. I see that. So first, a brief overview of the organizational level. In 2024, Russia reestablished the Leningrad Military District, the LMD, as a part of a larger reform of the military districts. The LMD covers the northwestern Russia, including Baltic and Arctic directions. So that would be right here, the Leningrad MD. Isn't there huge areas in desert in the US where there are fighter jets, hundreds of them? Well, like, we have air bases, sure, but like, that's not on the, like, if we parked them on the border of Canada, would be the equivalent of this. It would be incredibly funny if it's inflatable tanks. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? That's probably, they probably couldn't afford that right now, unfortunately. The thing is, like, I don't know how they're doing this, because they're sending fucking people on assault in Ukraine on horseback. So how are they doing? I don't know. Fucking, they just hate their people. This is what happens when you don't care about your people so much that you will just steal amounts of money from them that, like, are unfathomable. Capitalism in decay is just fascism, PJ. Capitalism will always turn into fascism, not just war, because that's what happens when capitalism struggles. That's how it, like, gains its equilibrium back, using fascism. So at the same time, Russia is expanding its existing brigades into divisions and bringing entirely new troops into Finland's neighboring regions. For example, the 138th Motor Rifle Brigade from Kamenka was recently transformed into the 69th Motor Rifle Division. Support from North Korea, maybe? North Korea has officially deployed troops to Ukraine, but those are likely, they're supposed to be in Kursk, like the Kursk region, not on the border of Finland. Because North Korea on the border of Finland, that's insane. That's World War III right there. Changes in organization mean that tens of thousands of new soldiers will be deployed to regions surrounding Finland in the coming years. This also means that major infrastructure projects will also likely begin in the near future in Karelia and Petsamo, among other areas. Anywhere fascism emerges, there was a failed revolution. Well, no. Because fascism is a revolution from the right. It was a successful revolution from their end. That fascism always comes about like this. It's a failure for us, but, you know, par for the course there. So there's already signs of what's to come. Firstly, in Kamenka, there has been a need for more accommodation space. In the spring of 2024, the Russians erected over 140 tents in the training grounds and constructed an earth wall around them. The tents are still there. So a Russian brigade at full strength is around 5,000 troops. Upgrading it to a division means they went from 5 to 12K. So there's at least 12,000 Russian troops sitting Finland's border right now, is what you're telling me. What is it? They had the 138th Motor Rifle Brigade transformed into the 69th Motor Rifle Division. Yeah. What if we just stick a bunch of badgers on the fascists? That's an idea. Give them some mushrooms and a snake and see what happens. Now, this indicates that the Russians needed a temporary solution for growing number of soldiers and military activities, which exceeded Kamenka's normal capacity. This is likely not due to a singular big exercise. No large construction projects have been observed near the base yet. When U.S. bombs Yemen, are they at war with Yemen, or do they just, what the fuck, like this? No, we don't declare war anymore, PJ. When the U.S. used to have to declare war through Congress, but now we just do it through the executive. We never actually declare war on them. You guys got the joke. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. I don't know. Anytime I hear badger, that's the first thing I think of. So, in the future, the 44th Army Corps, or elements of it, will possibly be stationed at Petrozavodsk region. However, currently, massive construction projects don't seem to be underway, only in the storage site near Petrozavodsk, and seen some improvements. Yeah, we have no manners. We don't even say thank you. I don't know, it's rude. So, new halls serve two purposes. They shelter the vehicles and equipment from the weather, but they also make it more difficult for adversaries to gather intelligence. Thank you. 44th Motor Rifle Corps. Thank you, Zome. Operational formation ground forces. Spring, during the Kursk offensive, troops on the 44th were attacking Ukrainian forces in the Kursk Oblast. Ah, so they got their shit kicked out of them in Kursk and in Sumy. And in Sudza. Good, good, good. So in total, probably about 20 to 25,000 soldiers. That's lovely. Good to know why they're sitting, like, right next to Poland. Anyway, you know, considering they're not at that strength enough to actually start a war with Europe, they're going to use these troops to do cross-border raids. Cross-border raids. I live in Australia, mate. What if we just dropped a bunch of pythons from Florida near the fascists? Well, I mean, a lot of them live in Florida, so they're kind of already in the same environment, Shardspork. I don't know. I feel like fascists aren't tasty. They're not good to bite, you know, as the snake. So, even though the Russians have moved some equipment from the Petrozavodsk storage site during the full-scale invasion, it's far from empty. Similar halls have been constructed a bit further north in Olakurti and the 80th Separate Arctic Motor Rifle Brigade. So we have another motor rifle brigade there. Has Russia considered not doing war? No, sorry, Captain Buggy, that's woke and gay, and so, no. Generally, there's been limited changes in the infrastructure of the army bases near Finland and Norway during 2022 to 25. I expect to see more, if not this summer, than the next one. The reforms start organization level and construction projects will follow. Again, like 2 years from now, they'll be at operating capacity to be like a proper problem. For now, they'll probably sit quiet for another few months and then start doing cross-border raids. We need to construct a land bridge from the Everglades to Mar-a-Lago. I don't like that at all. 80th Arctic is deployed to Kherson, war criminals. Oh, are those the people that are just killing a bunch of civilians all up and around the place in Kherson? I feel like a large book could be written about Poland's recent support of the fascists and how the hell they got there. Poland is fucking weird, the Gentle Giant, because Poland is, like, yes, they're fasci, but they're fasci against the Russians. And that's what's going to be all of Europe, by the way. All of Europe is going to be the same kind of fash, because they're building their defense from Russia by cutting social services and not taxing the rich, and then it will result in eventually them becoming fasci as well. It's not particularly surprising. Although Poland's, like, election today went well. The centrist lib won, so that was good. Miss Visora, that's so cute. I don't know why I don't like that. I don't know. Slavi Finland. Same, yeah, based. These people just want like the Russians just want to take the shit. Like they don't care. Poland's beautiful though. Gotta say, really surprised me and enjoyed my visit. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Europe, especially like the Baltics regions, are gorgeous. I've been to Montenegro, which was absolutely phenomenal. Madam, I like Madam. Matriarch, I only know Poland for its femboys. I don't know about any femboys from Poland, but, you know, Baltic countries are beautiful. The architecture, sure, but also, like, the mountains and just the crisp air and all. I like it. So, Princess of Darkness, Visora the Destroyer, that's the one. Mother of critical thinking. Your Radiant Excellency, the palindrome. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. These ones are better. I like them. The Mother of critical thinking. That's my favorite one. It's like Mother of Dragons from Game of Thrones. I feel like if we tax the rich more, America could divert more money to the military-industrial complex. Well, yes. But also, then the rich get taxed, so they want to take the poor's money and use it instead. The rich want to make money off the military-industrial complex, not put their money in it. Put that shit on some merch, I would wear that. Fuck. Alright, I gotta make some merch at some point then. Anyway, back to, Finland. Princess of Darkness, Visora the Destroyer, Mother of Critical Thinking. Just gotta add the titles. It's like Daenerys Targaryen, first of her name, Queen of the Andals and the First Men, Protector of the... was it? No, there's something about the Rhoyne in there. Andals and the First Men. Breaker of Chains and Protector of the Realm. Alright, so yeah, they're really gearing up. They're getting ready. They want to fuck around with Poland. They want to find out. Meanwhile, up in Russian state media land, they're talking about how the sanctions that Europe just recently put on Russia again are an act of war. I believe they just need to understand as soon as they say we're going to confiscate everything, we immediately strike. Guys, we need to confiscate everything. Every frozen Russian asset is stolen right now. Take it. Sell it on the market. Take all of their yachts. Sell them. Fuck it. Call their bluff, little bitch boy. Start a fight that you're not going to win. You should make a word block that starts out with massive text and gets smaller every line, but with titles. I don't know how to do that. Call these little pussies bluff. They're oil refineries because Europe damage is worth 300 billion, all key locations if they're ready to accept that. Bitch boy, all of your oil refineries are fucked. That's not a bad idea, Shard. Can you DM me that so I don't forget? Like, do you know how many oil refineries of Russia's that Ukraine has hit? It's pretty bad. If the war continued at its current pace, Russia might not exist as a country in a year. They have, like, very little money left. They're being propped up specifically by China and India and Iran and America.
Вот европейские все основные места, на 300 миллиардов мы им причиняем ущерб. Конечно. Если они готовы, потому что де-факто вот воровство наших национальных ресурсов.
Wait, sorry, I realized that my camera was blocking it off.
На 300 миллиардов мы им причиняем ущерб. Конечно.
How is this proxy war? This is just war.
Готовы, потому что де-факто вот воровство наших.
Theft of our national resources, yes, financial ones, is an act of war, and there should be clearly no illusions. Well, maybe you invading another country is called for that. Maybe you inviting an Asian dictatorship to come fight in a war against a European country should be an act of war against Europe. Because I'll tell you what, Europe should have declared war on Russia ages ago. Poland alone right now could take Russia. Just Poland. Just Poland During this entire war, PepsiCo has still been making hundreds of millions operating in Russia. That's why, remember last week we watched that Shadow Fleet ship that the Estonians tried to board, and then the Russians launched a battle, like the fucking fighter jet, saying, we are going to protect this ship. They were about to start a war over that ship. That's because that's how they get that shit. Wouldn't Zelensky taking over Russia, kicking Putin out be amazing? Yes. We can make it happen. If we gave Ukraine ATACMS like 2 years ago, okay, I said battle jet, not fighter jet. I was thinking about tanks for some reason, or like boats rather. I thought the two countries would never go to war, nuclear countries would never go to war. Well, Pakistan and India just went to war. They're nuclear countries. And so, well, just because they have nuclear weapons doesn't mean that you can't attack them. Using a nuclear weapon is not helpful, especially when you're the one being invaded on your land. And also, Russia's civilian population density is 2 cities. 2 nukes could take out pretty much the majority of Russia. Nuclear deterrent in it, yeah. No one's gonna send the nuke. Send in the battle tank jet, you pussy. I like that, yeah. Someone make that, please. The moment they say, we're confiscating, so people have time to evacuate, we will strike here, here, and here. Do it. Call their bluff. Every single line they've drawn, every time, if you do this, we'll do that. They've never done it. Call the bluff. Watch. If they hit Europe, they're done. But you guys get my point, though. I meant to stop wars. Yeah, sorry. War's not stopping right now. We're in World War III. Right now. It's currently World War III, PJ. The war's not stopping until the war's over. I don't want the war to stop. I want to kill the Nazis. All port infrastructure involved in the hydrocarbon supply will be destroyed. Moreover, it's conveniently concentrated, just like your population. We won't call it World War III until after. Yeah, I fucking hate the fact that, like, we've been in this situation already for months now and no one talks about it. It's so unreal how much they sound exactly like Fox News. It's literally Russian state media talking about bombing Europe, so tell me if it's not World War III. You don't have to fuck enlisting. What are you enlisting for? The Nazis? Oh wait, no, you don't live in America. Do you live in England? Because that's not better. Oh, and they're calling us Nazis too. Love that. Just so there's no illusion, so Germany understands, and yep, we smacked them in the Nazi face. Like, they're talking about attacking energy infrastructure in Europe. Because we sanctioned them again. Because they keep lying about ceasefires and trying to prolong the war. And so Europe put more sanctions on Russia, and they're calling it an act of war. You know why? It's because, say it with me now, they are pussies. Every single one of them. Oh, yeah. If you're in the UK, tell them to stop being bloody transphobic, the pussy ass shit cunts. You really are becoming an Australian, Shard. I'm proud of you. You gotta call them shit cunts to their face. Yes, but I was joking. I'm too old to enlist and too lazy. Well, good, because you're probably gonna fall to the Nazis the next election anyway, PJ, and so less military in UK the better. I mean, unless something really changes, Reform looks like they're going to win that next one, and Reform is the Nazis, so. Speaking of those, Shard, I found this. Topless trans women, or people actually, protested outside of Holyrood, a public act of grief, resistance, and solidarity. Call into the Russian show and ask them where the ammo is. Long live Homo sapien, if I could. Like, that would make me so incredibly happy. Where is the ammo? This is great. I mean, like, sucks that they live in the UK and they're trans, but boobs. I mean, look, the nipples are covered. It's fine. This was in Scotland. So last month, the judges in the UK ruled against, like, definition of sex and gender. Wow, I can't highlight on there it is. And this is what they're protesting. They're protesting against the fact that they no longer have ability to have a gender. It's biological sex and that's it, which isn't how reality works. It's not conducive. It's also apparently been done in a way that fucks up a bunch of other things because it's broken. There's no left in the UK. Corbyn got screwed over. Yes, I know. Bring Corbyn back. Fuck that shit, man. We live in the shitty fucking timeline. It's still the funniest timeline. Don't get me wrong. It's the worst timeline, the weirdest timeline, and the funniest timeline. For example, let's watch this. I got a couple videos I want you guys to watch. So this one's going to be about Ukraine, but the next one's going to be interesting. I'm a big fan. But here we can see the Ukrainian drone unit called the Peaky Blinders near Pokrovsk. Nothing says feminism like demanding someone show their genitals if they don't look feminine enough. That's true.
We're here this morning at positions just a few kilometers away from...
No, that's not actually true. Can I press reset on the simulation yet? Actually, Jajex, we now have proof that we don't live in a simulation. We can prove that this is not a simulation. This is physical reality. We can actually prove that now. Because the math doesn't add up. You can't have enough energy to simulate even the Earth, and let alone the surrounding, like, you can't simulate a universe with the energy. It was something to do with black holes and dark energy. I'll find it while we watch this, huh?
Russian forces.
It was mathy. I don't know how to explain it.
Ось така в нас функція захисників.
Wait, let me move my camera because I forget that the translations are going to be down. Wait, should be able to... Are the translations in English? Can it be? English, 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 English! There we go. Josh X, don't you start with the fucking conspiracy brain.
When you imagine how a team of soldiers starts their morning before a combat mission, it probably doesn't look like this. But this is no ordinary unit. This is Commander Zalizniak, and this is his team. Dmitrich.
Oh, PJ, the entire, like, premise of do we live in a simulation comes from we could produce like a video game that's so lifelike that it could end up being real. Sure, we don't have the energy to power that. The entire you would need more than the entire universe's energy to power the simulation of the universe. That's what the math says. I just have to find the math.
Minion, Zhora, and Deputat. Together, they form one of Ukraine's most unique special operations drone units, the Peaky Blinders. And today, we're embedding with them for a mission outside the embattled city of Pokrovsk. As the team approaches their positions, they switch on powerful jamming devices fitted on their vehicle.
Here we go, I found it. It's a very long article. I'm just gonna link it if you want to read it, but there you go. I mean, how else can you simulate gravitational pull perfectly without also having to simulate all the molecules that comprise Earth? You could have it so that, like, it only simulates what you can see and what's close to you, but even then, you still wouldn't be able to simulate the entire planet. It's just not enough energy to do it. Like, the only way would be if you're simulating space for, I don't know, a continent, maybe. I'm a materialist and an existential nihilist. You die and it's the same before you die. I mean, before you're born. Well, I believe that too, but I'm not a nihilist. There's proposals that dark matter is caused by the mass of another universe, hence the gravity. I mean, it's interesting as a theory. I don't have anything to say on that. The theory that we live in a black hole is looking to be a bit more reasonable. And I still believe in timescape theory and don't think that dark energy exists because that makes more sense to me. But space is cool. All right, now don't you turn into the fucking guy from the beginning of the stream, the ephilist or whatever.
Сань, подивись, будь ласка, сині всі три.
Oh yeah,
With
this
every
would be
month,
terrifying.
Russian suicide drones are flying further and further into the Ukrainian rear, and vice versa.
Ага, бачу.
The closer you get to the zero, the deadlier it is to move around.
No, that's the government stealing your money. It's to give me USAID money, which now I don't have because they cut my funding.
Ні, ми на кожній позиції робимо так, як там зручніше. Буває там блендики зручні, бувають.
Блендики ж точно такий же в тебе був диванчик.
Ну, похоже, да. Ну, робимо так, як зручніше.
From the moment they arrive on positions to their first flight, the team needs less than 15 minutes to set up.
Ти, пташко, лети. Знищуй ворогів України.
MAGA is just a symptom of the spaghettification. God, if only.
Короче, срисовал двух пидов. Ну, из-за
We wouldn't be getting compressed, you know.
Потерял их.
It's not how the black hole would work.
Once their birds are in the air, it isn't long before they spot their first targets. 2 Russian infantrymen carrying a canister of petrol.
Oof.
Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй.
Знайшов таки, да?
That'll make a big boom.
Смотри, вот видишь, пид один стоит.
Да.
От один стоит, и вот тут от второй стоит.
Да, вижу за деревом, да. Они с бензом шли.
Максимально тяжелых. Один еще.
Yeah, we showed you, you grifter. Doge for the win eats trichinosis-infested pork. What the fuck is trichinosis?
Грився.
But true.
Давай, кто там следующий, парни? Быстрее.
Я.
Все, я уже не успеваю, мне уже пора. И второй тут, короче, так и сгорел.
Згоріли на роботі.
That sucks.
The team uses a special munition with a name that doesn't pull its punches, the Foot Crusher. Custom made for dropping from drones, it's armed right before flying out.
Yeah, I see it now. Gentle
Today,
giant.
this is Deputats.
Were you here when we covered that the FDA took some of the regulations on forever chemicals out of the water?
Job.
Беремо цукерочку, готуємо її, чіпляємо хвостовичок для того, щоб була якісна детонація, вставляємо кадешечку і накручуємо накольничок. Але це ми робимо в якості безпеки вже безпосередньо на взльотній смузі.
10 секунд до готовності.
We're here this morning at
I hate the sound of drones so much. They scare the shit out of me. I still need to fly mine.
positions just a few kilometers away from Russian forces. We're southwest of the city of Pokrovsk, which here in this spring campaign in Ukraine remains one of the main hotspots of Russia's offensive. We're here with one of Ukraine's most unique, most interesting, and perhaps most effective drone units. They are known as the Peaky Blinders, which you can tell
Also, amazing name.
by
The Peaky Blinders. They're using a DJI Mavic 3 Pro. Yep.
the hats they're wearing, and they
got
work
mad 'cause they
in
lost
a
one
very
earlier.
special way, you could say. Their slogan is to find and destroy, and that's exactly what they do. While both Ukraine and Russia have really scaled up the use.
My private groundwater well is in a community that is super fun site because plastic company dumped PFAS out back. Yeah, of course it is. Jesus Christ. Now I have a $10,000 filtration system in my basement. I need to get like a water filter or something. I just drink tap water, and I'm in Australia, so like it's not. I don't know how clean the water is. Patch is nice though.
Of
These guys
the
are
famous
cool.
FPV kamikaze drones, one of which you can hear flying around now, but the guys don't seem too worried because it looks like it's ours.
No, the new artillery shell is the robot dog that cost $3,000 to make and has flamethrowers on it.
These guys work.
Oh yeah,
in
the
a
one that can also run for 3 hours without like running out of charge and run 15 miles an hour while you get tired and it doesn't.
Way. They actually use the off-the-shelf Mavic drones that you can buy, which are normally used by both armies for reconnaissance. But what they've done is they've figured out a way to work with a very simple but very effective bomb, and without even doing any prior reconnaissance, they just fly out to the areas where they know Russian forces are assaulting. They see the Russian soldiers moving forward, and immediately they drop those bombs.
I imagine it's a lot of back and forth. Also, the UK should just nationalize all of its industry. We're socialists here. I don't think you should have. I don't think private property should exist. Period. So, you know.
Ворог, він, в принципі, весь час на цьому напрямку, скільки ми тут працюємо, весь час був активний і весь час вів штурмові дії. Інколи вони були слабкішими, інколи вони були сильнішими, але вони відбувалися весь час. Зараз також штурмові дії в самому розпалі, можна сказати. Вони йдуть весь час зранку до вечора і вночі йдуть. Ворог намагається протиснутись, просунутись з усіх сторін, з усіх боків, а наше завдання його зупиняти, щоб у нього нічого не вийшло.
On a battlefield dominated more and more by unmanned systems, the sounds of drones of all shapes and sizes can be heard above us all day.
Проходит над нами, какой-то бомбер, видать.
Well, imagine, like, there's some kind of bomber just flying above us. I'd be scared shitless.
Most of the time, they're friendly, but it's hard to be 100% sure.
Yes. Well, they're not behind enemy lines. They are, let me pull up a map. They are by Pokrovsk. They might be on the other side of the line, but I don't think they're that far in. Pokrovsk, where are you? Oh, it's fucking struggle finding this one on a map. I'm gonna do it with, like, the actual maps. Pokrovsk. Yes, okay. Up from Mariupol, left up from Donetsk. From Mariupol, left. Ah, there we go. They are in this area. They're chilling around here. I think. Mariupol, that's Donetsk. Around here. And so, like, they're not that deep into enemy lines. They're at the front, and they're hiding behind the enemy, and then fire. They're literally killing them from behind. So they play video games for the war effort. Seems like a cushy position. Kinda, yeah, but, you know, video games that also could be dropped on you. I'm a father, and it breaks me to pieces to think of kids in Ukraine and Gaza overhearing drones overhead and never knowing which one might try and kill them. I feel that every day. Most of the hits are around here. Thank you, Zome. You are a legend as always. Let's see how close I was. I was not. I went too far down. I was, like, down here. They're up here. So, like, not even that far behind enemy lines then. Because contested, blue, and then red. Most of them were here. I imagine they were probably in the forest over here. There's, are these houses or trees? Houses, those are trees. They're probably in the trees, right around here. Maybe over there, maybe, like, not very far, I would imagine. I don't know who that is, mate. Sorry. I'll look them up.
Можемо залітати там на 8, на 9 кілометрів. Через
Yeah, they can fly up to 8 to 9 kilometers, and they want to bring the drone back, so think within 4 kilometers of the area that they're bombing.
Результат, що ми залітаємо до них в тил, де вони не очікують нас зустріти, але через то і маємо втрати дронів. Але в будь-якому випадку воно все оправдано через те, що, як ми вчора підводили статистику, що витратили 15 дронів, але за 5 днів роботи нашою групою було зупинено 106 ворогів. Збереження піхоти і наших солдатів – це, в принципі, є основною нашою ідеологією. Це є основною нашою мотивацією, і за це, в першу чергу, ми і воюємо. На жаль, піхоту на передовій замінити поки неможливо роботизованою технікою, але завдяки...
PJ, I don't waste my time with dipshits to hate. Like, I just don't listen to these people. Don't think about these people. Spend your time on more important things. Back in my day, it used to be a huge red flag if you only wanted to learn how to take off, fly, and never learn how to land. How times have changed, yeah.
Дроном ми можемо просто стримувати агресора, стримувати окупанта.
This is a situation in which things are difficult, right? Because autonomous weapons are being deployed to Ukraine for the first time. Like, we have the robot dogs with the fucking flamethrowers. And autonomous weapons are fundamentally incompatible with human rights, civil rights, with democracy. They're devil tech. However, Ukraine's defending itself, and Russia just keeps sending assaults. So having these robots dying instead of humans, I can understand why they're happy about that. And I mean, honestly, I think we should send 10,000 robot dogs with flamethrowers to march straight to Moscow. And I think that that would be fine. But what happens after is the problem.
Ще на підходах.
For those observing the fighting in Ukraine from safe, peaceful countries, modern drone warfare can seem cruel, distant, even dystopian. But for these men, when the consequences of not doing their work are measured in destroyed settlements and lost Ukrainian lives, their perspective is a little different.
This is the first robot war.
Ми за всю війну не вбили жодної людини, але зберегли.
The way I see it, throughout the entire war, we haven't killed a single human being. It's hard to not see, I don't know, the invaders of your country as subhuman.
Зберегли життя вже дуже багатьом сотням людей.
To the team's frustration, their next flights are jammed, one after the other. An invisible
I'll take one of those fucking clankers with me, though.
Labyrinth of electronic warfare systems, enemy and friendly, is getting in the way.
Це не один реб, це велика кількість невеликих ребів, які там стоять і створюють просто велику сітку.
Я просто не пролетел и все. Я не знаю, блин,
Что, ты отпал, да?
Ну да, я 20 секунд, 20% уже. Я то появляюсь, то
назад
отпадаю.
летел, да?
Нет, вперед. Я летел вперед вот.
The frustration of, like, you're flying towards the target and then you fly next to a jammer and it's just, fuck, what do I do now?
Как бы тебе там...
Can you still fly, or does it just fall out of the sky?
470 метров высоты, он высоту не...
470 meters of altitude,
скидывает, короче, дрон пройдет. Ну, что, давайте переходить на ту сторону.
Есть. The team has had to move to a different position along the same tree line because of some electronic warfare that was interfering with their control systems. It was probably, to be honest,
the only sentient vending machine I like is the one in Cyberpunk who's a therapist but also tells your, like, dark secrets to every stranger that it talks to. Some capture the drone, some just block the image. I see. It's annoying.
Electronic warfare systems.
I've seen the ones that block the image,
Ukrainian
but you can
unit,
still fly.
And it's just another reminder of how this war at the moment has just become an absolute mess of different frequencies. Some people flying on this frequency, some people jamming this frequency, both sides trying to stop the other side's drones from working, but in the same time getting in the way of theirs sometimes.
And Ukraine has been kicking ass with it, so.
An everyday part of this job.
Working this close to the front line, it's an everyday reality for the hunter to become the hunted.
Suppose you can learn to fly the drone with game console? Drone remote. This is the remote for the drone. Well, at least the one I have. Like a straight up gaming console. Kind of like a PlayStation controller because of the size. It's not like fat at the bottom like a Xbox one, but I think I missed part of the stream, but it looks like Romania election is going decently. The Romanian election is going decently. That I'm happy about. Poland, the Liberals won the first round, and Portugal went fash. So, shot anything? It's just like, I've never even flown that. It doesn't have anything to shoot it. It's a civilian drone. I'm not in Ukraine. That would be illegal.
Це хто? Не я.
Sometimes it's drones.
Oh, cool. I kind of want to try that
artillery.
zone.
This time, glide bombs. The guys don't mess around.
Yeah, no. Glide bombs are not fun. Oh my goodness, I love this man.
So those glide bombs.
Why are you drone striking the Russians? I'm not, I swear. But why are they invading Ukraine?
We're pretty close. That was
Those were aimed at you, mate.
100 to 200 meters. I think about 150 maybe. And it's just a reminder that even if everything seems calm for a while, you need to be ready to get your head down very quickly, if need be.
That's not a bad idea, PJ.
Everyone's in good spirits and get back to work, but just a bit more on edge now.
Morning turns to afternoon.
There you go. That's a giant controller. But that one also has like the monitor and is plugged into shit. That's a proper drone controller.
And the Peaky Blinders work continues with an almost meditative flow. Strap the munition, change the battery, fly across fields and forests, search for Russians, drop bombs,
Less
fly
Russians.
home, and repeat.
He's laughing while he came 0.2 centimeters to having a personal face-to-face conversation with Jesus, and then he throw a kiss at the camera. Yeah, that's based as fuck. I'm a fan. I like that man. Green flag.
Отключайся, да, отпалы не подхватываются.
In between, there are moments of satisfaction from a successful hit or frustration from a jammed drone. It's all part of the job.
Да, він по-любому, от він поповз. Все, він поранений. 300. Глянь, він завмер, бач? Це завмер, він... Да.
When hits are recorded, the team makes sure to save the video to post to their unit's Telegram channel later.
We've seen quite a few of these.
As gruesome as they can be, videos of drone hits have become a key part of the information fabric of this war on both sides.
It's kind of like how you gather data. Oof. Good one.
This macabre collection of greatest hits fulfills several purposes. Proof of the unit's effective work attracts donations for drones and supplies, gives a morale boost for viewers all over Ukraine, and shows the real fate of Russians who enlist to make a quick buck.
See, it's not gore, because I don't know, there's no... it's people dying, sure, but like, you know, gore pages are different. Gore pages want like blood and fetishize it. I don't like watching it as a depressing effect on me. It should have a depressing effect on you, and you should watch it anyway.
Знищили гострі картузи противника, чи знешкодили, чи
I
не
have mixed
знищили.
feelings, because it gives me that depressing feeling. I am happy because I am very much pro-Ukraine, but I don't like it, and you shouldn't like it. This should feel wrong.
От, будь ласка, пересувається
You're
два
doing
тіла.
great,
І
PJ.
наш
It's
пілот
just like-
якісно відпрацьовує одного з них.
This is war now. This is war that's going to come
І
to
таким
us.
чином ми зупинили просування ще одночергово.
It's only a matter of time before someone writes a song about children avoiding blue skies. Oh, sweaty gopher, that hurt. But you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Ворога по нашій землі. Ось така в нас функція захисників.
Тримати інформаційний фронт і показувати в реаліях, що тут дійсно відбувається без блюру, на мій погляд, дуже важливо. Як для українського глядача, так для європейського глядача, так і для російського глядача, щоб вони бачили, що тут не все так просто, тут не все так однозначно, що диктатура...
I said that was exactly what was going to happen 3 months ago. It's the same thing over Europe every time.
Це не десь там позаду в історії, вона тут і зараз. Диктатура просто заманює людей отак от і відправляє їх на убой, на м'ясо, тому що це набагато дешевше, ніж робити техніку, цього людського ресурсу дуже багато.
You know what, after this we'll talk about how the political meta has
Одна з
shifted.
причин, я не
What's
хочу,
the
щоб
meta?
мої діти пішли туди. Старшому моєму зараз 7 років, війна вже йде більше 10 років. І якось не дуже це все приваблює. Скільки вона буде йти ще, незрозуміло. Там ті, хто тішаться, нібито там Трамп щось закінчить, чи ще хтось щось закінчить, ні. Ми на полі бою, а керівництво країни, скажімо так, за столом перемовин. Це буде саме так. Коли? Час покаже. Не завтра.
Not today, not tomorrow.
Хотілося б, щоб це закінчилося якомога швидше, але всі дійсно розуміють, що не завтра. Головне, щоб закінчилось це нашою перемогою.
True.
І без можливості повторення цих подій.
I agree.
So it's about 5:30 now in the afternoon, and the guys will probably work for about an hour more before they head home for the day. It's been a quiet one, to be honest, here. Everyone says it's been quieter than normal, and the main reason for that, ironically, is that the conditions have been too good for flying drones in this area. The really clear weather, sunny, not too much wind, although it's picked up every now and then. And that just means that the enemy understands that the drones are going to be working super effectively today, and it's just not worth putting up your head in the open if you're a Russian infantryman. No matter what conditions you're in, no matter what kind of beaten up cellar or little foxhole that you're taking
means Ukraine has air superiority, which is a big deal.
Shelter in, perhaps it's better to just wait this day out and try and move forward.
Like, obviously, when we take it to jets, that's a different
war really
level,
looks
but
like
I mean,
at the moment,
maybe still.
right on the front lines. It's just about infantrymen moving from hole to hole, taking shelter, knowing that the sky is just going to be full of drones hunting them, whether that's FPVs, whether that's bombs dropped by guys like the Peaky Blinders. Now, as night comes, there will be other drone teams that focus specifically on night drones, thermal vision, heavy bombers, and they'll be doing their work. But these guys, their task is very specific, to work during the day and just stop those enemy assaults, stop those enemy movements.
As night approaches, Zelezniak notices some movement in one of the villages and decides to make one last flight for the day.
I really do love the patch. That patch is so good. I mean, yeah, Captain Buggy. That's an example of one.
На, сука, уёбок.
Take that, you bastard.
Блин, мог бы и двух шатать.
Damn, I could have taken
хорошо
two.
шатанул наглухо, походу. Хорош, глянь.
Yeah, I can't look at that. They have a drone strike 9 to 5 team. Yeah, literally. They work 9 to 5 drone striking Russians, and I love it. Like, I love the setup that's the job, is 9 to 5. Go drone strike some Russians. Based, yeah. There's some other people I could see, you know, deserving of a drone strike, but I'll keep that to myself until they do something public enough that I can say it. All right. Now, a couple more things actually I want to tell you about. Just a couple. One is going to be very fun, I think. We'll find out. But the first one is kind of cool. But I do need a moment. The U.S. cabinet? I don't know. I gotta go and put some nicotine in my body. I will be back in like 1 minute and 27 seconds. Time me. I bet you. 1 minute 27. I've been trying to quit smoking, but do you know how difficult it is to be looking at this news every day? This shit every day, and to not... Ooh. And to not want a little bit of... Are you guys gonna do this every time the chair stream stuff? Now I'm gonna get self-conscious. Thank you, Lennon. Thank you. Damn, dead on? Really? Was it 1 minute, 27 seconds? Did I actually? Because I didn't time it. I forgot that I said that as soon as I left the room. Like, the thought left my mind the moment I walked out the door. Oh. You got this, Fizz? I'm trying. I've cut down a decent amount. I haven't vaped in like a month and a half. I think. I don't know. I haven't vaped in a while. But I am smoking, so.
That are changing modern
This
warfare.
is their, ace for, well, actually, it's probably not their ace. It's probably just like their big entry for Taiwan. We keep expecting them to have a difficult time in mounting a sea to land invasion, but I need to open a new tab, and I don't know if it's gonna open in that one or not. I need it to be different. Cool. Designation: A day, B day, D day, C. Okay, cool. Fair enough.
Showing the ships in sea trials.
These will make landings much easier. No,
this
Shard
is where
has
the
it right.
first known footage was captured.
This right, like it's straight up a bridge. Now these are
showing the ships.
Targets for missiles, right? Because Taiwan has a lot of missiles to fire at Chinese ships trying to invade Taiwan. I have a feeling that in the next month or two, we might see Taiwan fall, or at least something fucking around with it. I don't necessarily think that China's directly planning to invade. I think if anything, they would make a they would wall it off. They would barrier it and make us run the barricade, which would then be us starting a war. So feels like overkill, to be honest. Bros already control half their government. The thing is, like a Chinese guy who was answering a question from a viewer who said, "Oh, how can I come to China if China's a no immigration country?" And he's like, "Go to Taiwan and marry someone Taiwanese, and then you can come to the thing." But like, this is potential, like, not even just for Taiwan. This is very useful military tech. We already know that fucking North Korea is going to win because South Korea is a dead country. Sorry, went too far. They won't bang, and so North Korea is gonna win because all the South Koreans just won't bang.
Including hovercraft, landing craft that can deliver.
No, it's not based. Why do you think that North Korea is based? North Korea is literally fighting with Russia in Ukraine right now. You hate fascists, but you think North Korea is based? They're on the side of the fascists. You hate fascists and you say based to China. They're also on the side of the fascists. They're all friends. These people aren't good. They're not our allies. They are our enemies.
To shore and a military-specific roll-on, roll-off.
South Korea incels pissed me the fuck off. They had a whole-ass women's movement and never fuck men because it's so bad. Literally, yeah. Like, the country is going to die because the men are so fucking unfuckable that the women would literally rather end their bloodline than sleep with one of them. Yeah, the real Lenin would not like North Korea. That's true.
Ship.
One right here.
America invades and strong arms countries, whereas China gone about it the better way. They've learned from America's mistakes, and it seems they've learned from Russia's mistakes, actually. Russia invading Ukraine is actually harder than China invading Taiwan. And so they have to learn first before that they do.
Here.
Video, because you made me say something that made me remember. Oh, I know where it is. I can find this video.
Or
hey, don't talk. I didn't ask you to speak. I didn't ask you to autoplay. Excuse me. Where is got it. This, Captain Buggy, is what I said.
She dropped that ass on me from an egregious angle. They thought I was.
I don't know what the fuck just happened there.
She dropped that ass on me from an egregious angle. They thought I was Stephen Wallace. Top shelf Zaza disrupted my circadian rhythm. I have seen the Magna Carta. I have seen
Dracula flow. I only recently discovered this, and that's my answer right now. Is
my diamonds come from the most horrific situations possible. Slurping a quick release perk off the plate like a pinto bean. I keep my Glock at the Vatican. She squirted on me. I love being covered in the Chi-Chi manga. They're sick in the head.
He was there. He was there. And that's what Marx said to Lassell. Okay. Let's have a look. Because the political meta has shifted. So where are we? Where is the left? This will be fun. I know you guys do like JReg, so I'm going to throw me over here, because I imagine most of the stuff will be over there. The Chi-Chi manga? Yep. Gotta have that Chi-Chi manga. Well, it's better than the quote I was thinking of. I know. It's the GOAT. You're right. I can't believe Mark said that. I sure did.
The political meta has shifted quite a bit since I've started doing this shtick, and I thought it would be wise to do a political meta update talking about all the new emerging tribes happening on the internet. Now, obviously, a lot of this is just internet nonsense and has very little bearing on reality as it is, but things that seem silly now are probably going to be real in 5 years. Let's start with the new tribe emerging on the right. I call it post-racial fascism. This has been called a lot of things, one of which is racial depolarization, which is just the idea that you can't reliably hope for the ethnic vote to go to the Democrats anymore. Trump won big with ethnic minorities, and this is weird because, you know, Trump was called a fascist a lot. And I would like to propose that Trump actually is a fascist, but that fascism doesn't have to be racist or be unappealing towards ethnic minorities. I mean, someone like
I do agree. Trump is a fascist, but he's an opportunistic fascist. He's not an ideological fascist. And there is a difference there.
Patel, who is actively saying that they're going to use the power of the state to persecute my political opponents, seems kind of fascist to me. But also, look at this guy. He's not exactly a honky. So stay with me. I know that fascism is seen as being associated with the...
Shard, you're going to get mad at me, but I'm going to have to do it this way because this is bothering me, and I want chat on screen, and it just doesn't look good. So this is how we're going to do it.
Nazis and hating Jews, and, you know, Donald Trump is certainly not a white supremacist, and he certainly doesn't hate Jews, so how could you call him a fascist? Well, fascism really got a bad name from the Nazis. I feel like as soon as I say that sentence, I shouldn't continue the thought. But if you just look at fascism as an ideology, there's nothing that says...
Oh, it's like I'm here even when I'm not. Good to see you, Oxpecker.
It has to be racist. Like, let me read you a quote, okay? I know I'm losing you. Let me read you a quote. Race, it is a feeling, not a reality. 95% at least is a feeling. Nothing will ever make me believe that biologically pure races can be shown to exist today. National pride has no need of the delirium of race. But
I technically agree with, like, I don't think that that's good, but I technically do agree with that. Thanks, Oxpecker. Race doesn't exist. You do realize, like, your race isn't real. Your ethnicity is real, sure. Your nationality, also not real. Like, you're a human that was born somewhere. That's it. Your parents are real. Their parents are real. But what? Like, your gene? Fuck that shit. Nick Fuentes, he's not gay. No, he fucked Destiny.
Benito Mussolini, fascism inventor, guy that invented fascism in a basement, in a garage with just a dream and a couple of...
Oh, by the way, if you didn't know, Maloney is literally in Mussolini's party.
Guys, this is like the creator of fascism explicitly saying race is mostly gobbledygook. Now, this was shortly before...
There's a second thing, and it's identifying risks for skin cancer, Captain Buggy, because you can really tell.
Before he got little broed into being racist by Hitler. But, you know, Hitler ruined a lot of things. The pencil mustache, the Roman salute, fascism as a concept. Previous attempts to do any sort of white supremacy in the States have been completely untenable because America is not exactly racially pure. It never really has been. You can do white supremacy in Europe, probably. I don't know. I don't live there. But in the West,
it's pretty
in the New
fucking
World,
hard.
It's not exactly the cream of the genetic crop, okay? Blood and soil means nothing to Amerimuts. If a white European is like, my ancestors have been here for 5,000 years, I almost kind of like want to give that guy a little bit more credence than like a white supremacist in America who's just like, my great grandfather was Protestant. You know, for
I would just call both of them cowards, pussies, and then I would redact it.
Better or worse, they're just not capable of doing an actual white ethno-state.
Yeah,
they're too
happen.
mixed, okay? They're too mixed. That's why any successful fascist movement stemming from America has to be post-racial. Throwing the morality of this aside, it's just like, logically, it has to be post-racial. It's not going to work if it's not post-racial. You need a broad, multi-ethnic coalition
under fuck their wives every day.
Far-right leader, which is what's happening with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a fascist.
I fucked Melania Trump yesterday.
I know. It was
gross, horrible. Worst sex I've ever had.
You don't like that. Wait. But relax, okay? And that's a good thing. Look, I was always very hesitant to call Donald Trump a fascist in his first term. I was very careful to always refer to him as fascist-ish. I think the second term he's more fascist though. I think that's fair to say. Even the tariff stuff is like just center economically in the exact same way that fascist economics is neither free market capitalist nor communist. Like authoritarian center economic policy.
Well, I'm like here when I've done this, so I don't know what that says about me. But Gandhi was a liberal. That's all I see here. That's okay. He can't touch me. I'm not in America. And he doesn't know where I live. Didn't Mussolini have a polycule and Hitler used to be a swinger? Yeah. No, you don't understand. The fascists all complain about sexual degeneracy while they are all sexual degenerates. Every single one of them. Nick Fuentes is a femboy. Like, they're all sexual degenerates.
Policy. I mean, come on. It's fascism. You're using the power of the state.
Yeah, how would he know? You think he talks to his wife? Why do you think I get to fuck her every day? Even though she's gross and it's not good sex. I'm doing my American duty by railing the first lady every day.
To persecute your political opponents and to excise undesirables from your nation, which in this case is immigrants. That's the outgroup instead of Jews.
Yeah, this shit disgusted me. Fascists have sex issues. No. I've said this before. The foundation of fascism, the very foundation, is sexual insecurity. That's the base. It's insecurity in general, but specifically sexual insecurity is the foundation of fascism. Republicans specifically be looking for trans women to have sex with? Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, Grindr literally crashed at the RNC. That's more of a British thing, I think. Lay back and take it for the nation. Well, I mean, like, I'm on top when it's with Melania, so.
Because we love Jews now. That's fine. You can play these linguistic games where you're like, actually, I love Jews, so how am I a fascist? That was just Nazis, okay? You can still be fascist. That's fine, be fascist. But we're doing post-racial fascism now. That's what's happening. Sorry, I'm being very schizophrenic right now, but let me give you some more examples, okay?
Oh, yeah, because all of the big pharma stuff is just meant to steal more money from you. You think anything he does is going to help you? No, of course not. The price goes up. You know, maybe it's a sex thing. We just overclocked apes are just outpacing evolution. Or that are outpacing evolution. Well, I mean, we're not having enough sex and having enough children, but that's not because of sex. That's because of money. Capitalism is what's preventing us from having children. I was dragged up Catholic. There's sexual shit going on in that. Literally, like, the people in religious households that scream about grooming children, all groom children. That's why they're mad about it. Like, the Christian families, the parents' rights, and I want to homes, all of them want to, like, straight up just groom their children. They want their children to be barefoot and pregnant or a emotionless robot. It's one or the other. And you don't get to choose. It's based on your genitals for some reason. Post-Nazi Trump will mandate trans girlfriends and femboys for all. Sure. He'll throw us a few bones to keep his base happy and worshiping him. He hasn't yet. He'll take taxes on tips or something. Well, the big beautiful bill, you know, the government spending bill, it didn't include no tax on tips. It did cut 34% of Medicaid, but it did not do no tax on tips. He didn't throw any bones in that. It didn't pass. They didn't get it to pass, the big beautiful bill thing, but, you know, there wasn't any bones in there.
Nick Fuentes, I'm generously going to call him off-white, and
he's a fucking Hispanic femboy, so
generously going to call him asexual.
It didn't pass, yeah.
Okay, that's a charitable interpretation. Candace Owens, again, fair to call her fascist, I think. Note the complexion. Kanye West. Do I have to make the argument why this guy is a fascist? Please. Sneeko, mutt. Andrew Tate, mutt. Most of the followers of Andrew Tate are like brown or mutts or whatever. Look, I can say it, okay? I can say these people are mutts. I'm a mutt, all right? No one's more racist than mixed race people, I know. So all these characters, Kash Patel included.
Honestly, I'm just a Turk, so I can't say that.
They rally around Trump, who, despite being the honkiest of them all, doesn't really say very much about race. He's actually a very good post-racial conduit. You know, he says lots about Chinese and Mexicans. You could probably make the argument that he is personally racist in some ways. But sometimes when he says nobody loves black people more than him, I believe him. At no point did he ever say, we're going to build a wall for...
Some of these can be entertaining. You mean these people? No, never watch these people for entertainment. That's brainwashing. The valuetainment is how they get you. That's how they put their messaging in your brain. Are we going to get another 2 years of Republican trifecta with basically zero legislation getting passed through a tax cut? Yes, probably, but also not, because I'm not sure that even matters.
Lights and the darkies are going to pay for it. He just genuinely seemed to be going for a post-racial American fascism. But how could a white guy be actually, you know, representing a lot of the interests of ethnic minorities, such that the black vote goes from 7% to 21%?
I've said this before. American racists are insane. White Americans will knowingly vote for something that harms them as long as they know for a fact that it harms black or Hispanic people more than them. Like examples of a public pool that everybody liked to use getting closed for everybody because black people were allowed to use it after segregation. No one gets to use the pool because the black people are allowed. Americans will literally sacrifice their own happiness to make other races more miserable.
Percent over the course of 8 years. The answer,
you know, like this is the answer right here for how much Trump gives a shit about his base. And I played this before, but it really is.
You liberals are all so dramatic. I mean, it's not like he's releasing attack ostriches. I am releasing attack ostriches.
It's in
well,
game
he's
theory,
not throwing salt at the elderly. We're gonna start throwing salt at the elderly. Well, at least he knows his
barbarism
gender.
Or socialism?
Liberals. There are two genders. Liberals and poobah. Well, it's not like all he does is eat hot chip and lie. All I do is eat hot chip and lie. Well, it's not like he... Whatever you were gonna say, I'm doing it. He's not gonna do something ridiculous, though. I mean, it's not like he's banning snowball fights. I'm banning snowball fights!
The end is my favorite, Lennon.
Well, it's not like he's gonna form a very strange relationship with a billionaire. My beloved Elon Pelon and I. Okay, but that relationship won't go anywhere. I mean, sucking toes, quite frankly. Oh, well, I'm gonna support him anyway. My supporters are fucking idiots. That was just mean. Quite frankly, fucking idiots. Quite frankly. Oh.
Like that's how he views them. That's it, LBJ. Quote, if you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him something to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. True. Silex, exactly true. Quote, I love the uneducated. Elon Pelon and the sucking toes is funny. Fun fact, snowball fights are banned in the Arctic, technically. Why?
Is simple. It's because Donald Trump isn't white. He's orange.
You go in the hole. I'm glad you feel
In conclusion, diversity is fascism's strength. Which is true. It's true. Fascism is way more tenable when you have a multi-ethnic coalition of people being fascist.
Well, Shufa Poofer, the next step is instead of hating all of the other races, they're going to hate the Marxists, the left, and then Jews will probably sneak in there, and Muslims will sneak in there, and all of that, because they have to have the like religious hatred as well, because they're a death cult who want to bring Jesus back and end the world, as we've discussed.
You can just appeal to way more people and get way more public support behind you.
Suspected communists,
is their strength. And again, ideologically, this isn't coming out of nowhere. Mussolini's The Doctrine of Fascism explicitly is not about race. It's about nation.
I know.
Ideologically, those are separate sliders. Nation slider.
First, they came for the Palestinians, actually.
racism sliders, separate sliders. You could be fascist and even anti-racist, like hypothetically.
You could,
so
theoretically.
Post-racial fascism might actually just be a stepping stone into actual white supremacist movement.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a centrist, Solitaire. There's no such thing as a centrist. I am the only radical left. Like, just me. I'm the only radical left. Everyone else is left, but I'm the one that wants to break the system and just tear it all down and start over. I would literally, if I could Thanos snap us back to fucking hunter-gatherer times, I would. Right now. I would do it. No hesitation. I don't care. But there's no, like, centrist on the right. Hassan is a centrist? You're right. Hassan is the only existing centrist. It's all of the right. It's Hassan, and then it's Vosh, and then every, like, streamer in between, and then me all the way at the fucking end of I have gone beyond communism to the new communism, which is actually not communism. It's libertarian socialism. I like Hassan. Hassan's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with him. I don't like his coverage on, like, China, and that's kind of it. Neo-communism. Let's invent neo-communism. I like that.
Movements. And it really makes
it's
you wonder,
actually
like,
just libertarian
are people like
socialism.
Andrew Tate and Vivek Ramaswamy going to be clapping as they get pushed up against a tree and strung up? The fundamental question with post-racial fascism is how...
The biggest communism, bigger than any communism before. You're gonna have so much communism, you're gonna be tired of the communism. You're gonna have everything... I can't do a Trump impression. I can't. Fuck Ethan Klein. Please don't even mention him. It doesn't matter. If the libs get Neo and the cons get Neo, the commies get one too. Hell yeah. Neo-coms.
Solid is a multi-ethnic fascist coalition. We have no idea. We don't know. It hasn't really ever been tried. Maybe Brazil integralism, maybe, but I don't think it's really ever been tried on this scale.
Naming your political ideology after a person. I really fucking hate it. Stupid sexy Hassan. True. Anti-centrism is the ideology that makes you the dungeon master in D&D. That is true. And I am anti-centrism. Guys, like, they have the entire media environment. I laughed at the, like, Vosh is a liberal compared to Visora. He's not. But, like, how many people that have a noticeable influence on the left average more than 1,000 viewers per stream? 10? 5, maybe? Kyle Kalinske, The Majority Report, Vosh Hassan, and, what, like, Brian Tyler Cohen, maybe? 5? That's it. I do my best to give them views, and you are amazing. You are a legend. You are doing your part. But, like, think about that, and then think about how many options there are on the right. All of the podcasts that are on, like, Spotify, they're almost all right-wing. You, like, but, yeah, we have good media. We do. Like, The Majority Report, Brian Tyler Cohen, Kyle Kalinske, they're all great. But what are we doing? Vosh has done more to pull people to the left than any Democratic political ad. You're right. 100%. You're right. There's a few UK YouTubers that are good. Yeah, I'm talking about, like, America, but, like, yes, you guys too. Like, there is no consistent, organized, centralized left. Hey, now, I approximately have 6 people who I discussed theory with the past 10 years. Are they, did they stream and are getting more than 1,000 views per stream? Because that was the, like, criteria. Critical thinking is less palatable to the masses? Yeah, I can tell, because the moment I start talking, the view count goes down, and the moment the video starts playing, the view count goes up, because people don't want to think or listen. They just want to watch the video. I don't know why, by the way, someone would open the video of me watching another video, but want to watch that video more than listen to me. Then why not just open that video? But no. That's a whole other thing. Conservatism itself is not even a political ideology, so it's easy to inject into non-political spaces. You're right, 100%. They don't have any politics. They are a death cult that doesn't believe in anything. I don't know, Destiny targeted you. That must suck. We need a leftist Rupert Murdoch media empire. True. We also need to, like, destroy the Rupert Murdoch media empire. You gotta be a caveman and talk like caveman, use emoji. No, okay, fuck that. I've heard for, like, 5 times now that I am too smart for the average person to understand when I explain things, and I don't care. I am not going to dumb down shit because most Americans are too fucking stupid to understand it. If you don't understand what I'm saying, go to the YouTube, Here's a link if you're watching. Open the stream, rewind it to where I said it, watch it again, and then figure it out. Use your head a little bit, you know? Hell, fucking ask ChatGPT if you feel like it.
Especially not in such a big way. And it's entirely possible that it's not a
Don't ever dumb yourself down. No, fuck that.
And that post-racial fascism as a concept is inherently flawed. A leftist would make this argument. They're like,
no, I know, like, you guys are fine, but I've had it said to me in debates. I've had it said to me before, and just like, at this point, it's a skill issue. If you can't comprehend what I'm saying, gotta go back to school. Skill issue.
The system itself is white supremacist, and so fascism as a result of being a far right ideology, reinforcing some parts of the system is just reinforcing those white separatist, white nationalist tendencies, and that a lot of the dark people who are advocating for
I came here to listen to Lenin. Visora might as well be speaking Latin. Not bad.
Stuff have to pay a lot of lip service and honky dick sucking. The White Lives Matter stuff with Kanye West and Candace Owens. It's kind of a lot of like, I'm bending the knee to Whitey kind of thing. And Vivek Ramaswamy.
Tu mi dolore. That's what I have to say to you, cat thrower. Tu mi dolore. What is to be done then? If we're too smart to be understood, nothing would happen. It's a skill issue. You help people understand it. Now, like, I'm on YouTube and Twitch. I can't sit there physically and work you through it one by one. I can if you ask me questions in chat, but, like, you have to first want to learn. And so I'm not going to... I don't care about teaching people who don't want to learn. I don't care about talking to people who don't believe things that we're talking about. Unless we're, discussing whether it's... Like, if they're coming here in good faith, then they'll learn. It's not like nothing I'm saying is overly complicated. I'm not speaking at like a PhD level. You don't even have to be like college educated to understand a word that I'm saying. I'm not. I'm an idiot. I just worked this shit out on a screen and you can look at it. It's just critical thinking. You take a question and then you analyze it. Why is this? Why is that? How does this work? Does this benefit me? Does it benefit someone else for me to believe this? You ask questions and then you work it down to the point where you have the answers and you're fine. Like, you just have to think. Thinking
Swami
is apparently
did
too
have
much
this
to ask.
interview with Ann Coulter. You remember this?
I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that. And it's directly related to what you were just talking about. The thing about nationalism, you're totally right. It was like, to use the word nationalism.
And after seeing that, you kind of have to be like, okay, well, if you get pushed up against a tree and strung up, you sort of deserve it.
True,
you sort of deserve it because a honky-ass Karen was racially demeaning you, and you're like, okay, yeah, that's fine. You're allowed to think that.
I could go through these and have, my little legal pad where I'm typing up my debate notes. How about this, though? You're Indian.
Pathetic. It's a pathetic...
Like, this is what the right is. That's the, really, honestly, perfect reason why it's not worth debating anybody right here.
And have, my little legal pad where I'm typing up my debate notes. How about this, though? You're Indian.
Pathetic. It's a pathetic way to be. Anyways, all in all, I'm pretty bullish on post-racial fascism. I think it's going to do better and better, especially as the climate crisis worsens and more refugees are forced onto the shores of Western nations who respond with a quick bracca. This is me.
I do see that happening too, but I also see, like, Western nations having climate refugees of their own.
Killing immigrants. I just want to make that really clear. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying it's kind of an inevitability of the paths that we've decided to go down. Okay, moving to a different section of the political compass here, we have a new emerging tribe on the libertarian right that I'm going to exemplify as the efficient accelerationist crowd. Efficient accelerationism is an outgrowth of the effective altruist movement, which in turn comes from this forum called Less Wrong. I will one day make a chart of all of the different, ideological
technology, philosophy tree, futurism, actual fascism, oops, transhumanism, quantified self, Brian Johnson type beat, effective accelerationism. That ends there. Then we got post-human, the bad accelerationists, exactly. Well, at this point, like, just download Obsidian. Honestly, that's a good point. At this point, the accelerationists have won. You know that, right? Like, everything they wanted has happened. Now, the only goal of the accelerationist is to not die in stage 2, which is let's end the world. So
substrates that came from the Less Wrong forums and all the different, splinter groups and movements that came out of that intellectually. But there's too many of them right now, and I can't make that chart right now. I don't have enough information. Efficient accelerationism is one of these outgrowths of the movement. Effective altruists are a little skittish on AI. They think we need to regulate it. Efficient accelerationists go the opposite direction and say, let's go faster and faster. Using this group just kind of as a microcosm of the broader techno-optimist movement, which typically aligns with right libertarianism. Capital makes the AI go quicker. Efficient accelerationists are one of the very few truly...
Hunger Games to establish global communism. Like, if I win, does that mean I'm Lenin?
Optimistic tribes emerging right now. They're super optimistic. They're hope core. They're happy pilled. And I have always viewed the efficient accelerationist optimism as a little weird when you start looking at it deeply, because accelerationism didn't emerge over the last 5 years. It's been around for like 20 years, and it's made by this guy, Nick Land, whose vision of the future, and this is where accelerationism comes from, Lennon, is not optimistic. I mean, it's optimistic if you're if you think that reality...
You guys have the ADHD required for you to notice the upside down stool behind him enough for it to bother you. I love that.
10
out of 10.
Progressing quicker and quicker until we get to a post-human singularity where every human aspect of yourself gets removed because it's not efficient enough.
They're anti-human.
Unless you think that's a good thing, what are the techno-optimists optimistic about?
The death of humanity.
What is the future that they're happy to be accelerating towards? Is it going to be me benefiting from the technology, or is it going to be some abstract form of my intelligence benefiting?
No, you are a slave. That's your position. You're a slave to fix the robots and starve to death
from the technology, because that's an important distinction for me. So I think some effective accelerationists are genuinely thinking oh yeah, AI is going to reverse climate change and it's going to make all of our lives better. We're not going to have to work, but humans will still be humans. I also think a lot of them are kind of somewhat aware of the fact that the process of technology is a process of efficiency that does not respect your flesh.
They are
and actually hates your flesh because it's inefficient, and you should become a more efficient node in order to better
is at an angle.
Be a conduit of capital.
God damn it, stop telling me this long ago, and now I can see it too. You pain me.
I think that's probably more likely where we're headed, and that was Nick Land's analysis, which I tend to agree with more than these newer incarnations of accelerationism. Then again, I'm a hopeless pessimist, so maybe I just hate optimists who have positive visions of the future. Oh wait, no, it's because I hate tech bros. I forgot. In conclusion, the efficient accelerationists and the tech optimists are optimistic
about the death of humanity. They're a death cult.
Maybe they're optimistic for a future in which there is no room for anything recognizably human left. That being said, lib-right, taking massive W's. I'll give them that.
My God, I hate that.
It's probably if you had to pick a tribe in terms of how many W's you're getting, lib-right's probably a pretty good bet. They actually are achieving some praxis in terms of building these network states.
Unfortunately, yeah, they are. They are achieving their praxis, and that's scary.
And building up the network states in such a way where things are actually...
I don't know. Can they be a death cult if they're all for forced birth and then not care about it? It's a weird gray area. I just feel dirty typing that. No. They are a death cult because they want to go beyond humanity. They want to force babies, sure, but that's a whole other thing. That's not necessarily connected to the end goal. The end goal is to go beyond human, which would require transhumanism, and to me that's dying. The moment that you add AI into you're dead. That's a different being. If you get a Karoshi eye, a cyber optic eye, okay, fine, you're still you, but they want to go beyond human. That's that end of that end of the death cult. The entire right is a death cult, mind you. They're just several different death cults.
There's some cool things happening because they have
money.
They
want most people to die, but they don't think they will.
You can do a lot of cool stuff, like buy up an island and start to slowly terraform it into a libertarian paradigm. Whereas if you're a communist, you want a stateless, classless, worldwide, moneyless society. Okay.
They killed the trans people to stop becoming people. I mean, they're trying. You don't crave the strength and certainty of steel. I would in my hand, a nice, hand and a half blade. Cyber eyes scare me. That's going to be ads directly sent to your brain. Oh, absolutely. You know we're gonna have cybernetic like augmentation within the next 10 years. We have robot dogs in Ukraine with flamethrowers on them that can run for 3 hours at 15 miles an hour. So we're gonna get those eyes soon. I've kind of been super curious about the idea of the left wing building bigger and bigger state independent structures. Well, that's kind of how I think we make that work. Long live Homo sapien. I've been saving this for months. Is build a community in person, go talk to your neighbors, but like that can evolve into a structure, a organization. There is now a community that is organizing, okay, well, you guys do that and you guys do that. And if, like, you can build that yourself. You don't need the state. You can be a state.
I don't see how that's happening. Moving on to the middle of the political compass, we have reactionary centrism. This is a new political tribe which is very aware of the extremism as a threat to the status quo. So seeing how polarized and extreme things have become, the reactionary centrist kind of pulls...
If the lib-right can do some dumb network state shit, couldn't we build similar alternatives? Omega unions, massive worker co-ops with their own endowments and whatever? Yes, we could. We could. We should, in fact. If you have the ability to organize that, do it. I have no, like, unions. I don't live in America. But yes, you can do this in your community. You can do this in your job. You can do this with your friend group. It's harder to do in atomized car-centric areas, though, because basically limited to building one person at a time. That's fine. Like, you can build the group and then have conversations on how to work around the struggles of the area. Would you like your device to keep working? Please renew your subscription. That's for your fucking eye.
Inward, draws like a line around the Overton window and says, this is my base now. So normally, you know, the center left and the center right, they're each other's worst enemies, and they fight each other. That's the two-party system that at work, a center left party and a center right party. Normally that's how it works. But now that extremism is more relevant, especially online, you get a phenomenon of people who are reacting to extremism with centrism. Someone center left like Destiny and center right like JJ McCullough find themselves agreeing on like every point now because they agree generally broadly America is good and extremism is bad, and like those are just...
See, I think America's bad and extremism is bad, and I have argued with quite a bit of the right wing about this. Hey, are you right wing? No, I'm not in any way. If you want right wing, you should just go Empire. Oops, I'm not gonna ban you. Something like this happens in Cyberpunk with the Corpopath V has your fancy cybernetics disabled. Well, like, that's the thing, right? If you, let's say, get a job at an Amazon warehouse, and Amazon wants to put a Kuroshi eye in you so they can track how many boxes that you've done per day. Maybe they want to put a fucking Sandevistan in your back so you can run around the fucking warehouse getting boxes and filling them quickly. You leave work, and then, oops, sorry, your eye's been turned off. We don't want to pay for you to use it outside of work. I thought that was a woman. That's a whole ass man. You thought J-Reg was a woman? I don't know. Or, like, one of these? I don't know. We should all go to strike tomorrow and then walk up to the Capitol. Friendly chat up with the senators. Yeah. Hell, like, January 6th was a movement of love. So, like, why don't you, you know, go show up and show some love?
To them, some of the more important points to talk about. So you have their, they have their conversation where they are sucking each other's dicks the whole time. This is big tent, pro-status quo stuff. Typically, it's a bunch of policy wonks, a lot of like YIMBY versus NIMBY discourse in this world. This is the big neoliberal tent. This has like the never Trump guys in it who are voting, Democrat, and the center-left liberals, the abundance policy kind of people. And what
I think I'm the only right-winger here. I like it. Here since Visora is entertaining and I don't want to live in an echo chamber. Cat Thrower, I really do appreciate you because you actually, like, when you engage in chat, you have a poignant point that I have to think about, that I want to answer, that I want to bring something up, and it's worth engaging with at the same time. So not only are you preventing yourself from living in an echo chamber, you're helping us do the same, and we appreciate that. Because someone just asked if you're a right wing, and then you said Jan 6 was a day of love. Well, I was talking to Lennon about that one. I just want to talk to Mike Pence, said Trump, quote. I'm the furthest left you could possibly get, Empire. Oops. I am the most radical leftist on Twitch. So what do you think about that? I'm curious. Let's go. You're going on the spot, mate. It depends. If you're not, you look right-wing. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not wearing Republican makeup. What's looking right wing? Is it because I look, I don't know, put together? Because I don't think this looks right wing at all. I don't think I look right wing at all either. Very Marxist makeup. There's a right-wing channel called Legitlanius and the guy from New Vegas, and it's hard to be mad at the picture that accurate. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know where you're getting that from, mate. Like it doesn't track. Maybe it's because I live in Australia. Who knows? Or maybe it's because it's summer and I'm wearing long sleeves, so I look like I'm conservative. Well, summer for you, at least, or spring for you. Why do all right-wingers look like that? Y'all know what I mean. I know what you mean. You don't look right-wing, your face isn't plastic, and you're not bleach blonde? God, no, I would hate being blonde. Now I'm wondering what you would look with a MAGA hat on. I am too. I mean, look, I have... Imagine this was a red hat, and, yeah. Why do you care about US politics? Because I vote, and I'm an American citizen? That's why. Because America is the Hitler country, and I hate Hitler, and I think Nazis should not exist. So, you know, politics. I also think that I thought you were from Australia. No, I was born in Turkey. I grew up in America, and then I moved to Australia. We should buy Visora a Trump 2028 hat. You know, those are like $50. Unironically, you look 1,000% more like a right-winger with a hat on. Wait, really? Can I come on stream and do the Hassan like I am apolitical centrist bit with the hat on? I'm just a gamer girl. I just play Pokemon. Look at my sideways hat. My God. All right. Okay, good to know. I'm not gonna wear that hat. Hey, like, you guys saw Viz Pool, didn't you? I'll bring that one back. I think this is the best one. Now I'm gonna look like Russia pays me $600,000 a month. There we go. Where's my Russian money? Oh, do CGI, make it a MAGA hat and tell everyone that it's real? Fuck that. Dye your hair blonde, wear the hat, dumber, and you could pull off some right-wing interviewer at a college campus. I don't think I could do dumber. Like, I'm not sure I'm capable of this. Privyet, comrade, yeah. Fucking, give me $600,000, Russia. I would get a, like, I don't know. I've seen a girl walking around and she had a red hat and someone stopped her because they thought it was a Trump hat, but it just said Nintendo, and I loved that. Now you look like a lesbian. I don't know if that's appropriate, but that's what it's screaming to me. Well, I mean, I am. I mean, I'm bi, but women, you know, like women are just, and like men are cool. I just, yeah, you know, good men. You always look like a lesbian? Based. It looks good, but I could see Shu wearing it, and she's a whole psyop. Oh my God, I can see Shu with that hat on. I saw it too. My goodness. Absolute presidential immunity? What are you talking about? Run through your Trump defense topics now. Yeah, of course. I don't know. I don't know what Automod did. Okay. I feel like I need a shotgun hanging up in the background. Visora, are you trans? Why does that matter? Why do you care? Like, genuinely, I'll answer your question, but, like, tell me why you care first or why it would matter. Because, like, it's a very weird question to ask somebody when you're just talking and you're, well, for pronoun purposes. You know, you don't have to ask if someone's trans for that. First of all, that's not how humans work. Like, I don't walk up to somebody at a bus stop and ask them what pronouns to use. I just use the words. And then if they want me to use a different one, I use a different one. Why do you have to ask before? Do you ask everybody what their pronouns are before you talk to them? But if I didn't know what's between your legs, how do I know what pronouns to use? You do realize, like, you can call someone the wrong pronoun, and that's fine. They'll just turn around and they'll be like, oh yeah, sorry, no, and then you change it. Like, I don't know why this is such a big deal. I don't know why people care, but like, I'm curious because it's such a weird question to ask out of nowhere, and like, I want to know now. Like, where does that come from? What does that matter? It's never been a big deal. It literally does not exist. Gender is it's a social construct. It exists to you personally. To anyone else, it doesn't exist until you're interacting with them with your gender, but it doesn't exist outside that context. I also hope you know I'm totally shitting on MAGA and just messing around. This shit is so weird. No, you're right. Absolutely. My apologies. No, you don't have to apologize, Empire. I'm trying to understand. It's a really weird question to ask somebody that, especially somebody you just met, and I'm curious about like where the mental capacity for that comes from, because you said it's for pronoun purposes, but I genuinely don't get it. Do you ask every single person you talk to what their pronouns are? Like, first of all, you can call me anything. He, she, it, they, ze, them. I don't care. I'm Visora. I do this. That's none of the important stuff is not my gender or your gender. They don't matter in this context. Sup, dude? I'm she, her. Cool, dude. Yeah. Yeah, literally, yes. Silex. Exactly. She's the main character of Cyberpunk. That's what matters. Am I V? Oh my god, I'm V. I'm gonna get shot in the face by, Rick Ross. Rip. Alright, let's finish this video.
What they all have in common, despite, you know, moderate differences from being status quo people, is that they're all part of the status quo. They all broadly like America. They all broadly support a lot of the trends that things were headed in before Trump. And you get this weird kind of like patriotism on like the center left, where people are saying, yeah, like US foreign interventionism is good, and I like America as an empire, and I like all these things about America in different ways. And we're the real patriots, and the far right actually hates America. You get this kind of rhetoric.
They do.
You see people in this
far right
camp
literally hates America so much more than anyone else in the world. ISIS doesn't hate America anywhere near as much as the right in America does. I'm not kidding. Because they don't know as much about America to hate as the right does. They are the most anti-American. For some reason, 98% of right-wingers on Twitch can't type. For some reason, 98% of the time, I can't read. We're all amalgamations of masculine femme traits, dimorphism, go burr. True.
The dangers of the far right and the far left. Although right now, because, you know, Trump's in power,
dangers of the far left, that's funny.
A lot more about the far right. But if the far left ever got in power, you can bet your ass these motherfuckers would be trying to fuck the far left over, okay?
Yeah, that's why before, like, I've said this before, my ideology of libertarian socialism will not exist in my lifetime. It's not possible. What has to happen first is that there needs to be systems built to stand on it. You have to get there. Unfortunately, guys, I'm gonna be real with you. We have entered fascism, which means we have to go around the wheel again before we can get to socialism. I don't think we can go from fascism to socialism. I think we have to go through liberalism. And so at the end of this, we're gonna have to go through the circle again, which is why, by the way, I'm always against violent revolutions, because they will continue the circle. And I think we're in oligarchy at the moment. No, we're in fascism. We're at the point where like American citizens are being grabbed. Where are the women that ICE is taking? We passed martial law, the two executive orders that work together. We're doing religious fucking liberty in public schools. No, like, fuck that shit. It's demon shit. We have we can't horseshoe our way to socialism. I don't believe that we can. I don't think we can get through like fascism and make that socialism. I think we need to build the necessary steps under liberalism when we have stability. Marx said this too. Marx said that socialism grows best in a bourgeois democracy. We need liberalism to have the stability to be able to build the steps forward, the foundation for what comes next, which is the socialism. And so we're going to have to go all the way around again. Demon feces. That's true.
That would definitely happen. Right now, they're viewing the far right as more of a genuine threat and the far left as more of a nuisance, but that could change. We're keeping an eye on things. We'll see how far the pendulum swings back, let's just say. Unlike basically every other emerging political tribe here, these people actually like America. Obviously, like the techno-libertarian people want no state to govern them, which isn't completely funded by money. And
American hegemony is coming apart, so there is that. Unfortunately, it's being replaced with other shitty hegemonies, but, you know, multipolarism, it's a step in the right direction.
Racial fascist people are like, America sucks, it's failing, we need strong borders, we need to make it better. And the left, obviously.
Well, what is the reason that fascists can't immediately move to socialism after the extreme disillusion? Because they'll never be able to comprehend it, Shufapoofer. To be able to live in engage with socialism, you have to have, I don't know, critical, like we need to go to the re-education camps for a couple of years first, I would imagine. We will do it as an underground movement and emerge from liberalism in a better position. Well, like, we need to get to liberalism again first, so that's the other end of it. What is the far left? Where are the roving bands of people that come up and seize me by means of production? Well, I've told you to seize the means of your emotional regulation before. Seize the means of your production in general. Stop helping them. If you work in a factory, just do your job shittier. I don't know. Deprogramming is nearly impossible. I know, but we should still try. We should try, but there's a reason I call them zombies, guys. I'm sorry to tell you this, but there's a reason we call them zombies. There is no cure of the zombie virus. Now, we could try, and we should. We should. And we need to really try, but I don't think that zombies can be cured. Not all of them, maybe some of them. Maybe depends on how much the virus has eaten away at you. Maybe. We'll see. We have to get there first of all. We got to be able to get our hands on some zombies and the ability to medicate them out of the virus, so to say. Hypothetically, you know, all of this is metaphor. I'm not actually using any of the words that I would mean, but yeah. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be possible either. I don't know why, but punching oxygen made me laugh way too hard. It was funny. Tammy Laren is saying our hegemony is stronger than ever. Why is she still relevant? I remember her from like 10 years ago. Makes sense if the fascism lasts long enough for the intelligent people to all disappear. Well, I mean, like, half of the country is already stupid as fuck. That's all you need, Shufapoofer. You only need like 5 to 10% of the nation. Once you see the zombie shit, you can't unsee it. I want to try and rehabilitate them. I don't think that a lot of them will be possible. Just walk around with laser pointers attached to your car keys to fuck with their hands. That's a good one. Like, individually, it is possible, just hard to... Exactly. On one-to-one, yes. But mostly the zombies are gone. And my condolences if some of those are your relatives. Good luck. You might be able to help there, but, like... Are there so many enchanted golden apples that can go around? You can't cure them all? Yeah. You can't cure them all. But you should try. We should try to cure them all. All of them. That doesn't mean all of them can. I'm in Southern Ohio. Those are all of my relatives. I'm sorry for your loss, Silax. Right matter. I'm sorry for your loss. Those relatives live in Adelaide, unfortunately. Jajex, I'm sorry for your loss. I think he wants to be a cat. I want to be a cat. Look, honestly, like, we just need to start talking about it this way. Can we be real? And, like, if you have friends complaining about their, like, right-wing, you know, family, you just say, I'm sorry for your loss. Like, the zombie virus got them. Like, be real. Make this a thing. This really is the case here. They're zombies. We could start a Minecraft server and enact our socialist fantasies. Yeah, that would be running away from the problem and trying to distract, and not good at all. Plus, I don't play Minecraft. The area I live in is where you stand outside of your trailer and jiggle a pill bottle as a mating call. That's hot. I'm kidding. Insert litter box joke. My sister was taken too. I'm sorry for your loss. Again, like, if it's family members, you might be able to bring them back, but, like, it's hard to bring them back. I have succeeded in bringing 3 people I've succeeded in bringing over If it's any comfort, them getting caught, beat the zombie virus means that they were never actually political to begin with. I know that.
Hates America because they're the left and they hate America. These crackers are without a hint of
literally, I love America more than anyone on the right.
Irony, ride in for a Biden. Centrists are by definition unimaginative and out of touch. And the mainstream Hollywood elite that's despised by basically everybody is a pretty good example of this. Reactionary centrists are unique, and unique in this political time because extremism used to be like in response to centrism and like more on the fringe. And now that it's more mainstream, centrism is more on the fringe. Because the Overton window, you see, is shattered in two and drifts simultaneously left and right at the same time while leaving the centrists out of the Overton window. So basically, it's a reaction. It's them trying to grab both sides of the Overton window as it's, you know, falling in either direction, pulling them apart, and just trying to hold it together. But this is kind of the first time where centrism becomes in reaction to the excesses of both sides. And that can only happen when both sides are gaining in power. So good job, extremists. Massive W's.
Look, at the very least, I am happy that when the right consolidated their extremist power, like, there is at least some energy over here on the left. Like, obviously, we're not extremists in the way that they mean when they say extremists. Not J-Reg, obviously. I'm not saying him. But, like, we're not that kind of extremists. But we have a few that would count. Anyone from the bottom 4 boxes in the bottom left and up to 3. So the 3 horizontally, 4 vertically. If you're in those boxes, then you are on the left where I am. And I imagine most of us are.
And the reactionary centrists typically fight for the individual's right to be more or less politically unconscious.
Because otherwise, that's it. That's all they have.
Enjoy their society passively without having
We're
to
all that's
be
here.
A communist or a fascist or something.
I hope you guys understand. Like, you are all that's standing in between your community and fascism. You are on the front line, motherfuckers. Each of you are in the trenches. You're surrounded by zombies that are trying to infect your community, and you are on the front lines.
Okay, moving on to the left side of the political compass, we have the balkanized left. Vosh, Hassan, Haz, H3H3. What do all these people have in common with each other? That's right, they all hate each other. You know,
that's not necessarily true. By the way, like, these two don't hate each other. I don't know who the bottom right one is, but like everyone hates Ethan. That's fine.
This is partially because they're all streamers, and streaming is an inherently degenerate medium, which forces you to become isolationist and anti-human and hate everybody. You know, that's just objectively.
That is true, by the way. I talk all the time about going outside, and I am the most not going outside person now. It sucks. Like, it really does. I don't get to touch grass very often because I spend my time getting ready to tell you to touch grass.
True. But also, it's kind of a microcosm of left-wing infighting. We continue to see a balkanization pattern on the left, all these different disparate groups spiraling off into infinitely small subgroups. Left-wing infighting is nothing new, of course.
Bottom right is fascist tank you founded the ACP, true.
There's been infighting on the left.
Hassan used to hate Vosh. Vosh doesn't hate Hassan. And I will also say,
there's infighting on the right, too. A lot of leftists think that the left is the only place with...
Yeah, no, the right constantly infights. We've talked about it many times on this channel.
But that's because they're on the left, and they don't critically examine or inhabit right-wing spaces.
You know, MAGA communist is just a Nazi, right? Fascism with socialism. That's what MAGA communism is. They're national socialists. They're just Nazis.
Right-wing spaces. You see there's plenty of right-wing infighting too. I will say there's...
Except their infighting consists of calling each other a Jew. Fucking, like, the mental capacity of a 7-year-old at best.
Probably more infighting on the left because ideological purity is just more important to leftists. But like, I mean, and
it's
also
not to me,
most
by the way.
Infighting is calling each other Jews. But there's all kinds of different disparate factions here. You know, there's the woke left. There's the woke left that's not really leftist because they're actually just woke liberals.
I think that every MAGA is fascist. Yeah, every single person who voted for Donald Trump voted for a fascist. If you still support MAGA, you are a fascist. If you voted for Trump and you wear a MAGA hat but you don't think about politics, you are a zombie. Did you vote for Trump and still support him? Because if you do, you are a fascist. If you support him today, then you are a fascist. You're literally, like, you support taking American citizens and throwing them in gulags. You support making a woman who has been dead for months carry a baby, even though she's dead. Baby was 9 weeks old. She died, and she's being held in a fucking hospital alive so the baby can gestate. You support that. That's your policies, your sides. You support creating more camps in El Salvador, more camps. Leave it up for the states is bullshit. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as leaving it up for the states. That's literally the same idea that the Confederates used. You people are anti-America. You people hate America. I wouldn't call everyone who voted for Hitler a Nazi. I would. You hate America. You hate every ideal of America. That's what he said, but he lied. He lies regularly. Regularly. Like, you support Nazism in America. You support the Nazi right.
There's the anti-woke left. There's the anti-woke left that's so anti-woke that they somehow became capitalist and now in no way resemble left.
Like, this is the
So all these
coalition that you like
included, they rally around
leaving
Trump.
human rights up to the states when it was previously universal anti-human rights. Literally, yes, they took away the Constitution, guys. The 14th Amendment is gone. Gone. ICE breaks down your doors and can kill you. Empire, oops, a police officer has infinite... Yeah, mods, please put this man in a particle accelerator. Now. I'm not arguing this. Fucking fascists. Thank you.
Good post-racial conduit. You know, you said...
Get back to where we were. Fucking banshees.
You know, there's the woke left. There's the woke left that's not really leftist because they're actually just woke liberals. There's the post-woke left. There's the anti-woke left. There's the anti-woke left that's so anti-woke that they somehow became capitalist and now in no way resemble a leftist in any shape or form. Of course, that's not including
we just opened the airlock.
1,000 tanky islands of the Maoists and the Stalinists. And
see, like, this pisses me off about the left because all of these people should just work together. And if we did, we would have less problems. But every single one of these people wants their specific view. And that's the problem. And that's, by the way, why militaristic leftists are just red fascists to me. Because they will always result in the same kind of behavior. Like, even if everything goes perfectly, once they're in power, they'll just they'll have to. The system is built with contradictions that can't sustain themselves. Yeah, not happening. The MLs want to screw us over. They're just authoritarians. Not all of them. Ilirda is an ML. Lenin is an ML. I understand that. But those also are not, like, Marxism, Leninism can't exist. You know that, right? Like, the two, ideologies are contradictory. There's Marxism and then there's Leninism, but you can't have both put together. That's not a real thing. It's Soviet Marxism that they're talking about. I'm talking, like, historically, the people who took power. Well, the people who took power in the past... Well, Lenin, I feel like, would have not been shit if not for Trotsky. What has gotten worse? I don't have hemorrhoids. Didn't think I could get it. The world, Ludwig. You missed a lot of the stream. The world has gotten sick. MLMers are even worse because, again, MLs don't exist because Marxism and Leninism are contradictory. And then you add Maoism to that, and now it's just incoherent. Like, these two things don't connect. You put a third one in there, it doesn't make the two connect. The difference between an anarchist libcom and Leninist MLs is 7 grapes and a bag of chips. Why the hell do we kill each other? Literally, yeah. Although, Lenin, you did tell me that you were going to ice pick me in the eye after the revolution. So... But, like, you get what I mean, right? We don't need to fight each other. Shh, yeah, you think I'm gonna forget, motherfucker? I'm not making the same mistake. No. And you don't have a Trotsky this time.
DPRK supporters and the ultra-leftists. There's too many to get into, okay? We'd be here all day. Personal example, I canvassed for Jamal Bowman, who's reasonably as pro-Palestine as you could possibly get within the Democratic Party. You know, allied with people like AOC and stuff. And even he was protest by further left Palestine support.
Fighting is inevitable with these ideologies. That's true. But the way that we fight. When leftists fight, they have no patience for the other person. Like, they don't want to... You go into an argument with a leftist knowing that the other side refuses to change their mind. I want like, I'll argue with any leftist if it's good faith. Brainwashed fascists are more unified, unfortunately. That's true. Aside from the Trotskyists, I can understand an ice pick or two when it comes to them. True.
Supporters who protested him instead of the Zionist candidate he was running against, who was getting like $20 million of Israeli money. They protested the guy that they could, you know.
Solitaire, they will just go, huh? And then bite you and then make you a zombie.
Affect more because he cared about them more. So, you know, average day living in left land, okay? This is just like standard stuff. These people are like ravenous cannibals. But moving on, we now have the Horseshoe. This is the last coalition I'm going to talk about. Remember this guy that shot Trump? Did we ever figure out what his political leaning was? Why did we never figure that out? You know, he was never clearly a left-winger or a right-winger.
I still think this is sus as fuck because the right-wingers don't regularly talk about him. He actually, like, got blood off Trump, and they don't talk about him, ever. He is a nerd. He was a nerd. But, like, when's the last time you heard this guy mentioned? Yeah, I forgot that happened. Is it not sus that the guy who shot the president is never talked about by the people who still bring up things from 15 years ago to yell about? Yeah, right-wingers should be way more mad about this guy than they are. They bring up stuff about Hillary Clinton still. It's not like they don't hold a grudge. They should be talking about this. It's fucking sus that they're not. We heard about it for a week and then forgot about it, yeah. Like, they like blame CNN for this guy somehow? I get it. What's sus about it? Because that's not how the right wing behaves. Like, it's just a contradiction. It's sus because, yeah, like, they say he's a Dem, sure, they said it once. I don't see this brought up regularly. Like, in an argument on Twitter, I don't see this brought up regularly. In discourse, I don't hear his name regularly. And that's not how Republicans react. They don't bring him up, but they do bring up assassination attempts to accuse Trump's abuse. Yeah, but that's different. They never talk about the actual assassination attempts. They just use the word as the trigger word and then never think about it further. Right wing also didn't say anything about the second attempted shooter either. Second attempted shooter was either an op or insane. From what I could see, it looked like it was literally either an op or this dude was insane. Twitter is full of Republicans calling for Hillary to get arrested for treason. This fucking happened decades ago. Yeah, literally. But nobody talks about Matthew Crooks, who shot the president. I don't know why they aren't talking about him, but it is weird. That's all I'm saying. It's sus that they don't talk about him. I don't have anything to lead into that. I'm not trying to, you know, tinfoil hat this, but it's just weird.
It could be that he was neither, that he was a Gen Z sort of nihilist, mentally ill person who just wanted to do political violence. I am going to claim Matthew Thomas Crooks, Trump assassin, as our own. He is a horseshoe coalitionist, accelerationist, nihilist, who literally looked up the closest guy to him to see if he could kill him. He would have killed Biden. He would have killed a UK royal if he could. So I'm officially claiming Thomas Matthew Crooks as our guy. I'm also claiming Luigi Mangione as our guy. These are horseshoe people. They do not neatly fit into the left or the right. They are fueled by a nihilistic accelerationist violence.
Median voter brain. That's what I'm going to call that. That's the median voter.
And that is, I think, probably
by the way, like, no disrespect to Luigi, but, like, yeah.
Define the horseshoe. But there's other ways of defining the horseshoe, too. Something like MAGA communism, the Nazbols of our time. So whether it's just little moments...
Yeah, nah, that's literally, like, he called them Nazbols, but I think MAGA communists are Nazis. I don't think they're Nazbols, which is not necessarily not Nazis. They are Nazis. But, like... I don't necessarily think they're Nazbols. They don't have the Bolshevik bit to them. They're just Nazis.
The Nazbols of our time. So whether it's just little moments like the 3%ers joining Black Lives Matter protesters against the police.
They literally have ceremonies where someone paints pictures, like painted Trump in a church with like music playing, and it was a mega church. Like they worship him. They literally worship him, and they do hate America. I agree.
Just a general hatred of America and agreeing on certain aspects of American foreign interventionism and foreign policy that the far left and the far right can both agree on. We are seeing plenty of opportunities for tenable alliances between extremes, especially with like individual policies rather than broad worldview. We're in the age of AI and internet tribes sort of amplifying every possible worldview one could have. And it's interesting to see like the interconnectedness of people who are ostensibly very opposed to each other, sort of agreeing on different points. Opinions about AI or copyright or how social media algorithms work, these often fall outside of kind of binary left-right things that sometimes like a lot of different people can agree on from different tribes. And so the best example of this, I think, is actually the TikTok ban, because the TikTok ban was trying to be passed by center left.
No, like, again, this was like the TikTok ban was something that Trump took advantage of. It was just, oh my God. The people that he's talking about are just uneducated leftists. I'm sorry.
Center-right people.
They're not center-left, center-right. They're not center anything. They are uneducated, stupid leftists. That's it.
We're afraid of the status quo and of China.
Maybe a couple of them are Nazis.
The far right and the far left thrive on TikTok. It's great for extremism. And so the farther left wing of the Democratic Party and the farther right wing of the Republican Party were both voting to keep TikTok. This is what we call a horseshoe coalition. It's real and true. I want to close this meta update by telling you about I was in New York, and my vice mentor Joshua Citarella was telling me about this group that hosts debates in New York. And the neoliberal status quo assumption behind why you would host a debate is to find middle ground between two different ideologues and say, well, you know, we guys can
When's the last time you ever watched a debate that worked like that?
We can all agree that this is the truth, or this is a middle ground between the truth. But the point of these debates in New York were being hosted specifically for anti-centrist libertarian purposes, which is to show that the left-wingers and the right-wingers have completely fundamentally different worldviews and are not compatible with each other and should have a national divorce, should separate.
Literally, I agree. I agree. I don't think that, like, if all of the right just got up and left, I'd be happy. They can't live without us, though. They need us. We don't need them. If someone... I'm not going to say that. That's close to a Fed post. I'm not going to read it. What you said is fine, but, like, yeah. We should also have bathrooms, instead of designated by gender, they should be designated by whether you vote Democrat or Republican. That's what I want. I want the Republicans to get their own bathroom and the Democrats to get their own bathroom. Independents can have their own bathroom too, but you actually have to be registered independent. If we just gave the right like 30 states and the other had 20 states, that'd be amazing, yeah. Right, don't play fair. Yes, Visora, finding yourself in a camp does not mean that you understand why you're there. How you epistemologically understand your position in a human thing. Most people find that camp and it's healthy to respect it. Yeah, but they stay in that camp then. You know, the right plays fair, don't play fair. They stay in that camp, and then in that camp they are radicalized. They're brainwashed. They're taught things. It's not like on the left, like I am radicalizing you. I'm teaching you things. I'm talking to you. But the purpose, the end goal is always different. Theirs is always subjugation, and mine is, I don't know, make your life a little bit better. Republican bathrooms would be disgusting. True. Where's the ML Leninist bathrooms? Once you win a congressional seat, we'll build you a bathroom.
Into microstates, should buy up islands and territory and, you know, just go into separate worlds. And that's very beneficial to the libertarian tech bro type who thrives off our division. So the leftists get their nation.
Which, by the way, is their goal. We've talked about that before. The decentralized city-states of corporate cities. We're building Night City, guys. We're doing the full-on, like, cyberpunk. I just keep hearing, like, Republicans just don't wash their hands. Pete Hegseth doesn't wipe his ass, I think, so... I read that when he was going to his hearing. He doesn't believe in germs, so...
The rightists get their nation. And this is, at its core, debate used for anti-centrist purposes to give more credence to both sides simultaneously.
Homo sapien. You can go look up studies. Right-wingers are statistically stupider than left. The further right you are, the more likely you are to be stupid. Like, you can look it up and you can see, hold on. So, first off, it changes. Scores. Higher intelligence is correlated with left-wing beliefs. This is true. I mean, here's the article first off. I'm looking for the actual math. Stupid in this case is less practicing of critical thought. Yes, exactly. I am the mother of critical thinking after all. But like, it's not just critical thought. It's engaging with discomfort. It's the ability to empathize. It is ability to read. Most of them are illiterate, remember. 64%, I believe, of American adults can't read above a 6th grade level, which is functionally illiterate, as in they can read the words, but they can't comprehend the words. Shit visibly all over his hands while questioning. What are you saying, man? But there is a correlation between fear, disgust, and anger responses, which are more prevalent on the right, as well as a higher degree of intelligence on the left. So there's that. The difference between the right and the left is that the left doesn't think the right should be punished for being stupid. We want to give them a good union job. Yes, literally. If you're dumb as a sack of bricks, I want to help you. I want to give you something nice. I don't want to punish you. But that's how the right behaves. Because they're fucking psychotic and like suffering and death. They definitely severely lack reflection. Well, they're incapable of it, aren't they? Political orientation correlated with brain structures in adults. For many years, psychologists, sociologists... Okay. Although political attitudes are commonly assumed to have solely environmental causes, recent studies have begun to identify biological influences on an individual's political orientation. For example, a twin study shows that a substantial amount of variability in political ideology reflects genetic influences. Moreover, such genetic influences interact with social environment. All of this is like, it's too much to even matter, because Solitaire, you have to remember that we're also... we've also recently figured out that, like, you suffering trauma could be passed down to your kids in gene activation. And so, like, yeah, right-wingers have larger amygdalas, left-wingers have more developed gray matter in their frontal lobe, which means we are more able to do critical thinking, and we are much more oriented to doing something. And they have terrifying, like, fear. It's the emotion center. They gave a larger fear center, basically. Basically, yes. Basically. Like, it's more complicated than that, but despite similarity of such scale, it accurately predicts voting behavior of individuals and has been used successfully to determine genetic contributions to political orientation. Psychological differences between conservatives and liberals determined in this way maps self-regulatory associated with conflict monitoring. Moreover, the aptitude of event-related potential reflecting neural activity associated with the conflict monitoring is in the anterior cingulate cortex and is greater for liberals compared to conservatives. Thus, stronger liberalism is associated with increased sensitivity to cues for altering a habitual response pattern, and with brain activity in the anterior cingulate cortex. Here we explore this relationship further by examining whether political attitudes correlate just not by function. This is cool. Thank you for the link. Apart from that, other brain structures show patterns of neural activity that reflect political attitudes. Conservatives respond to threatening situations with more aggression than do liberals, and more sensitivity when threatening facial expressions. Oh, they are all babies. They're literally all children. In my experience, right-wingers get justifiably upset when other engineers/admin people lack respect for the details of the trade work we do. However, they, in the same breath, will completely disrespect my university education and feel as if they're all... Yeah. That's an inability to connect things. That's critical thinking, my guy. Voting behavior reflected in the amygdala responses across cultures. We therefore investigated our structural MRI data to evaluate whether there was a relationship between gray matter volume of the amygdala and political attitudes. We found that increased gray matter volume in the right amygdala was significantly associated with conservatism. No significant correlation was found in the left amygdala. That's interesting. There's a lot here. I'll link you guys. Well, actually, you have the study already, so we're not going to read all of this because it would take me a while to read an entire study, but it is really interesting. It's that. It's also probably a defense mechanism for them to make sure, make others seem less because they are insecure. Yeah. They do act like children, and we can testify to this. So treat them like you would a child. Just like walk away. You don't have to acknowledge them. Just ignore them. You are half a person and walk away. Or treat them like they're elderly and have dementia. Okay, Grandpa, you go to bed. Have a good night. And then walk off. Don't take them seriously. Taking these people seriously gives them credence. It makes, like, it's the other reason that I don't want to debate with anybody, because debating somebody will make it so that their argument seems like it even has a debate. It's a good point. A lot of them may be genuinely insecure that a lot of people are better educated than they are. They are. No, they literally are. Long live Homo sapien. That's one of the big reasons they hate education, is because they're fucking stupid. They think that the education system is a saya. They think that the education system is turning kids trans when it can't. Like, the education system can't turn people smart. How is it going to turn somebody trans if it can't make you read yet? And we're too dumb to comprehend that. Today, we will be debating on if some minorities are human. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about whether humans deserve rights. Treat them at best like they're Homer Simpson's dad, and at worst like they're Mr. Burns. That's a good point. I like that one. Like, I'm telling you, they're just too dumb. They've essentially created early onset dementia because they still have their mental capacity. It just goes away sometimes and comes back other times. It's fucking manufactured dementia. All right, guys, you want to raid Nina? I'm gonna raid Nina in a hot minute, and looks like she just started. It's harder to think when you're angry. Yeah, absolutely. And a good way to deal with that is to A, try and not make decisions when you're angry, and B, practice stressful decision making outside of the stressful situation. Like, learn how to control your breathing on a regular basis. Like, just do breathing work so that, like, one day something happens and you're panicking, you can control that. And then if you ever have to get into a situation where, like, you're angry and you're face to face with somebody, you have more control over your body and your breathing, which then gives you more control over your thoughts. Have a lovely night, everybody. So let me start this raid. WStream, thanks for the commentary. Thank you for tuning in. I will see you guys tomorrow. Also, there's very clear evidence that being mad does lower critical thinking. We get stupider. That's true. Absolutely. All right, see you guys.
But I can't do it. 23 viewers are ready to raid. This is okay. Lagging?